तत्सवितुर्वरं रूपम् ज्योतिः परस्य धीमहि यन्नः सत्येन दीपयेत्। 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 तत्सवितुर्वरं रूपम् ज्योतिः परस्य धीमहि यन्नः
We apologize, we are running a few minutes late. Kindly bear with us.
तत्सवितुर्वरं रूपम् ज्योतिः परस्य धीमहि यन्नः सत्येन दीपयेत्। 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 तत्सवितुर्वरं रूपम् ज्योतिः परस्य धीमहि यन्नः सत्येन 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 तत्सवितुर्वरं रूपम्
Vanakkam. It's coming in the speakers. Vanakkam and welcome to PLF 2023. We begin with a lamp lighting ceremony. We'd like to invite Puducherry's Home Minister, A. Namasivayam, to light the lamp.
यन्नः सत्येन
We'd like to invite Member of Parliament from Bengaluru South, Tejaswi Surya, to light the lamp. We invite the festival directors, Alo Pal, Partha Hariharan, and Ajit Datta to light the lamp. Festival Director Partha Hariharan will now say a few words.
Honorable Home Minister of Puducherry, Sri A. Namasivayam, distinguished speakers of the 2023 Bharat Shakti Pondi Lit Fest, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome all of you to this year's Lit Fest. A special welcome to those who are visiting from other parts of India. We hope that you will enjoy our vibrant seaside city and the sights and sounds it has to offer. But primarily, Pondicherry is synonymous with Sri Aurobindo and the monumental work he did during his lifetime. We owe him an immense debt of gratitude, not only for what he accomplished to ensure India's independence and a rise to prominence in the world, but for the even greater work that he did for the spiritual upliftment of all humanity. Writing about India, Sri Aurobindo revealed that each nation is a Shakti or power of the evolving spirit in humanity and lives by the principle it embodies. He reiterated that India is the Bharata Shakti, the living energy of a great spiritual conception, and that fidelity to it is the very principle of our existence. These thoughts of Sri Aurobindo have been the guiding principles of our Lit Fest right from the word go, and form the basis of what we have organized this year as well. In the last decade, we have witnessed India forge her way towards becoming a global power and towards occupying her rightful place internationally. However nascent, there also appears to be not only an increasing sense of oneness that is uniting all Indians, but also a movement that is leading to a greater outward unification of the entire world, almost exactly as Sri Aurobindo had foreseen. Indeed, Sri Aurobindo had envisioned that India would achieve expansion, greatness, power, and prosperity, and posited a greater, brighter, and nobler life which would rest on an international unification of mankind. No one can deny that India has played a great role in the progress of human civilization, and that she gifted and continues to gift her vast spiritual knowledge to the world. She attained this knowledge through the practice of Sanatan Dharma, which not only unifies but also spiritualizes human society. In his Uttarpara speech, Sri Aurobindo said that Sanatan Dharma is not a religion of faith and profession, but life itself. He asserted that it is to share this Dharma that India is rising. As India strives to spiritualize herself and the world, she assumes the role of a Vishwaguru. We have curated this year's Lit Fest keeping these thoughts in mind. Various sessions to be held this evening and in the next couple of days will be led by some of the scintillating minds of our country. We hope these talks and conversations will provide the insights and that can help free India from the shackles of those intellectual narratives that have held her captive and confused since independence. We also hope that the Pondi Lit Fest will provide the energy and the synergy required to fulfill the lofty goals and ideals of Sri Aurobindo. Thanking you. Jai Hind.
Our Honorable Home Minister A. Namasivayam will say a few words.
இந்த அருமையானதொரு நிகழ்விலே எனக்கு முன்னர் வாழ்த்துரை வழங்கி அமர்ந்திருக்கின்ற அன்பிற்குரிய சகோதரர் பார்த்தா ஹரிகரன் அவர்களே, இந்த நிகழ்விலே கலந்து கொண்டு இந்த நிகழ்வை பெருமைப்படுத்த வருகை தந்திருக்கின்ற மரியாதைக்குரிய பாராளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர், எங்களுடைய இளைஞர் சக்தி மரியாதைக்குரிய தேஜஸ்வி சூர்யா அவர்களே, மற்றும் இந்த நிகழ்வை சிறப்பாக ஒருங்கிணைத்திருக்கின்ற மரியாதைக்குரிய ஒருங்கிணைப்பாளர்களே, சகோதரர்களே, சகோதரிகளே, உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் என்னுடைய முதற்கண் வணக்கத்தை இந்த நேரத்திலே நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்வதிலே பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். இப்படி ஒரு அருமையான தருணத்திலே உங்களை எல்லாம் சந்திப்பதிலே பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். ஏனென்றால் இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய பாரத நாடு பழம்பெரும் நாடு என்ற சொல்லை பாரதியார் அவர்கள் நம்முடைய மண்ணில் நம்முடைய புதுவை மண்ணிலிருந்து அத்தகைய சொல்லை அவர்கள் உதிர்த்திருக்கின்றார்கள். அரவிந்தரும் பாரதியும் உலவிய இந்த மண்ணில் ஒரு புகழ்மிக்க ஒரு ஆன்மீக பூமியாக இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய புதுவை மாநிலம் திகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அத்தகைய இந்த புதுவை மாநிலம் நம்முடைய பாரத தேசத்தினுடைய ஒரு அங்கமாக நாம் இன்றைக்கு இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம் என்று நினைத்து பார்க்கின்ற பொழுது நாம் எல்லாம் பெருமைப்படக்கூடிய ஒரு விஷயமாக இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய நாடு உருவாகி கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. கடந்த 10 ஆண்டுகளில் இந்த நாட்டை மிக சிறப்பான முறையிலே மரியாதைக்குரிய பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு வழிநடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இன்றைக்கு பல்வேறு திட்டங்கள் நம்முடைய கடந்த காலங்களிலே நம்முடைய இந்திய நாடு உலக நாடுகளெல்லாம் ஒரு பின்தங்கிய நாடாகத்தான் கடந்த காலங்களிலே இருந்து வந்திருக்கின்றது. ஆனால் பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்கள் பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு இந்த நாட்டை ஒரு வளர்ச்சிமிக்க நாடாக இன்றைக்கு உருவாக்குவதிலே தன்னை முழு நேரமும் அவர்கள் ஈடுபட்டு கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். சர்வ காலமும் இந்த நாட்டுடைய ஒட்டுமொத்த வளர்ச்சிக்காக, இந்த நாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற மக்களுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்காக அவர்கள் சர்வமும் இன்றைக்கு உழைத்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். அதனுடைய விளைவாகத்தான் கடந்த காலங்களில் நாம் சிந்தித்து பார்த்தோமேயானால், பின்னோக்கி பார்த்தோமேயானால், இன்றைக்கு வெளிநாடுகளிலே நாம் கையேந்திய நிலைமைகள் எல்லாம் இருந்த வரலாறுகள் உண்டு. குறிப்பாக தானியத்திற்காக, கோதுமைக்காக கையேந்திருக்கின்றோம், மருந்திற்காக கையேந்திருக்கின்றோம். அப்படி அந்த நாடுகளெல்லாம் பயன்படுத்தி அதன் பிறகு இறுதியாகத்தான் நம்முடைய நாட்டிற்கு இறக்குமதி செய்யக்கூடிய சூழல் கடந்த காலங்களிலே இருந்திருக்கின்றது. ஆனால் பாரத பிரதமர் திரு நரேந்திர மோடி அவர்கள் பொறுப்பேற்ற பிறகு இன்றைக்கு மற்ற நாடுகள் நம்முடைய நாட்டிலே கையேந்தக்கூடிய ஒரு சூழல் இன்றைக்கு உருவாகி இருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அதற்கு பாரத பிரதமர் அவருடைய அயராத உழைப்பு. குறிப்பாக நாம் சொல்ல வேண்டும் என்று சொன்னால், உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் நன்றாக தெரியும், கோவிட் என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த கொரோனா தொற்றானது உலக நாடு முழுவதையும் அச்சுறுத்தி நிறைய மக்களை பலிவாங்கிய அந்த கோர விபத்தானது மிக சாதுரியமான முறையிலே கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு ஆண்டு காலத்திற்குள்ளாகவே அதற்கான அந்த தடுப்பு மருந்தை கண்டுபிடித்து நம்முடைய நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு கொடுத்ததோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல், இலவசமாக கொடுத்ததோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல், வெளிநாடுகளில் இருக்கின்ற மக்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய இந்திய நாடு கொடுத்திருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அந்த பெருமையை இன்றளவும் நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு நிகழ்த்தி காட்டியிருக்கின்றார்கள். அது மட்டுமல்ல, இன்றைக்கு உலக நாடுகளுக்கெல்லாம் தலைமையேற்கின்ற ஒரு நிலைமை இன்றைக்கு நமக்கு உருவாகி இருக்கின்றது. அது நம்முடைய நாட்டிற்கு கிடைத்த, இந்த நாட்டு மக்களுக்கு கிடைத்த, நமக்கு கிடைத்த பெருமை. ஏனென்று சொன்னால், இன்னைக்கு வெற்றிகரமாக G20 என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த G20 மாநாட்டை மிக சிறப்பான முறையிலே தலைமையேற்று இன்றைக்கு உலக நாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற தலைவர்கள் எல்லாம் நம்முடைய இந்திய நாட்டிற்கு வரவழைத்து அதன் மூலமாக ஒரு மிகச்சிறப்பான ஒரு மகத்தான வெற்றியை நம்முடைய நாடு பெற்றிருக்கிறது என்று சொன்னால் அதற்கு நம்மை வழிகாட்டுகின்ற தலைவர், நம்மை வழிநடத்தி செல்லுகின்ற நம்முடைய தலைவர் இந்த நாட்டினுடைய பாரத பிரதமராக இருந்து இன்றைக்கு இந்த நாட்டை சிறப்பான முறையிலே இன்றைக்கு வழிநடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். ஏதோ ஒரு சுற்றுச்சூழலுக்காக, இந்த நாட்டினுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்காக, பொருளாதார மேம்பாட்டிற்காக என்று மட்டும் அல்லாமல் இன்றைக்கு அறிவியல் வளர்ச்சியிலும் நம்முடைய நாட்டை முன்னேற்றி செல்வதிலே இன்றைய மிகுந்த அக்கறை கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அதனால்தான் இன்றைக்கு சந்திராயன் 3 என்று சொல்லக்கூடிய அந்த சந்திராயனை மிக வெற்றிகரமாக நிலவிலே கால்வதித்து இன்றைக்கு உலக நாடுகள் எல்லாம் மூக்கின் மேல் விரலை வைக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு செயலை இன்றைக்கு செய்திருக்கு என்று சொன்னால் எந்த அளவிற்கு நாம் உலக அரங்கிலே நம்முடைய பாரத நாடு நாம் உயர்ந்திருக்கின்றோம் என்பதை நாம் நினைத்து பார்க்க வேண்டும். அப்படிப்பட்ட நம் உன்னதத்தை, அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு நிகழ்வை, அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு பெருமையை நாம் என்றென்றைக்கும் போற்றி கொண்டாடக்கூடிய கடமையும் பொறுப்பும் இந்தியனாக பிறந்த, பாரத தேசத்தில் பிறந்த ஒவ்வொருவருக்கும் அத்தகைய பெருமை, அத்தகைய உணர்வு நமக்கு இருக்க வேண்டும். அத்தகைய ஒரு நிலையிலே தான் இன்றைக்கு வருங்காலத்திலே இன்றைக்கு மிக சிறப்பாக இந்த உலக நாடுகளுடைய விஸ்வகுருவாக நம்முடைய பாரத நாடு திகழ வேண்டும். அதுதான், அதை நோக்கித்தான் இன்றைக்கு நம்முடைய பாரதம் பயணித்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. அப்படி பயணித்து கொண்டிருக்கின்ற இந்த வேளையில் நாம் அனைவரும் ஒருங்கிணைந்து, நம்முடைய பாரத பிரதமர் ஒவ்வொரு நேரத்திலும் அவர் சொல்வதுண்டு, சப்கா சாத், சப்கா விகாஸ், சப்கா விஸ்வாஸ், சப்கா பிரயாஸ் என்று சொல்லுவார்கள். நமக்காக நாம் அனைவரும் ஒருங்கிணைந்து நம்முடைய நாட்டின் வளர்ச்சிக்காக நாம் அனைவரும் பாடுபட வேண்டும், நாம் அனைவரும் பாடுபட வேண்டும் என்ற அந்த ஒரு ஒற்றை வார்த்தையை இன்றைக்கு நமக்கு அவர்கள் கொடுத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். ஏனென்று சொன்னால், இந்த ஊர் கூடி தேர்ந்தால்தான் அந்த தேரானது நிலைக்கு வந்து சேரும். நாம் அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து இந்த பாரத நாட்டினுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்காக, இன்றைக்கு உலகத்தினுடைய வளர்ச்சிக்காக சிந்திக்கக்கூடிய ஒரு தலைவராக இன்றைக்கு உருவாகி இருக்கின்றார். ஏனென்று சொன்னால், ஒன் நேஷன், ஒன் ஃபியூச்சர், ஒன் ஃபேமிலி என்ற அந்த தாரக மந்திரத்தை பாரத பிரதமர் அவர்கள் இன்றைக்கு முன்னெடுத்திருக்கின்றார்கள். எனவேதான் உலக நாடுகளுடைய விஸ்வகுருவாக நம்முடைய பாரத நாடு விளங்குவதற்கு நாம் அனைவரும் ஒன்றிணைந்து பாடுபட வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லுகின்ற அதே நேரத்தில் நாம் அனைவரும் ஒற்றுமையாக இருந்து இன்றைக்கு இருக்கின்ற அந்த எதிர்ப்புகளை இன்றைக்கு நாம் முறியடிப்பதற்கு நாம் அனைவரும் ஒன்று சேர்ந்து நாம் நம்முடைய நாடு வளர்வதற்கு ஒன்று சேர்ந்து உழைக்க வேண்டும் என்று உங்களிடத்திலே கேட்டு இந்த அருமையானது ஒரு வாய்ப்புக்கு நன்றி கூறி விடைபெறுகிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Nandri sir. The Pondy List Fest is happy to announce that we have high quality book stalls at the venue of various publishers. Books by Blue One Ink, Subbu Publications, Sri Aurobindo Ashram and Indic Academy are specially featured. The festival also features independent stalls by Garuda Prakashan, Vitasta Publishing, Anadi Foundation, Culture Designs and Story Mirror Infotech. The Pondy Lit Fest would like to thank our platinum partners Blue One Ink and Motwani Jadeja Foundation, our gold partner Zoho, our festival partner Vedere Institute, our beverage partner Johnny Walker Refreshing Mixer Non-Alcoholic, our travel partner V-Trip, our media partner Swarajya, our digital partner The Commune, and our festival session partners Indic Academy and Smart. If you are sharing pictures of the event or commenting about the event on social media, do use the hashtag PLF2023. The senior-most member of the PLF family, someone who has been with us for every edition, guided us, advised and curated the festival, is unfortunately unable to join us today. However, he has sent us a message from Delhi. Festival Director Partho Hariharan will now read out Kanchan Gupta's message for PLF 2023.
Here's a message from Sri Kanchan Gupta. Honorable guests and dear organizers of Pondy Lit Fest 2023, Namaskar, Vanakkam. It gives me immeasurable pleasure to see Pondy Lit Fest 2023 being held with greater enthusiasm and larger participation. What began in 2018 on an uncertain note is now firmly established as an annual event which we all look forward to. Why did I use the word uncertain note? Atalji passed away on the eve of the festival when it was launched in 2018. The mood was naturally dampened. Alarmed that Pondilit Fest, the first of its kind, was going to challenge the dominant thought, hackneyed left liberal narrative, sponsors pulled out and the venue owners cancelled bookings. But the festival happened. And if you go through the recordings of that year's festival, it happened with terrific energy and enthusiasm. Since then, the festival has evolved and emerged as a true challenger to fashionable Sufi Qawwali snooty events at exotic places, posing as literature festivals and attended by the irrelevant chattering classes. Pondilit Fest is unique in many ways. It brings together writers, thinkers, and activists and participants who were once on the margins of intellectual creativity but now hold center stage. It has alternative voices that speak for the nation and the national interest. It celebrates Bharat Shakti as conceived by Sri Aurobindo. It is a platform for multiple ideas that coalesce into the larger idea of Bharat, or shall I say Bharat Mata. Sadly, regrettably, I will not be attending this year's Pondilit Fest. When I received the invitation, I was thrilled and immediately planned for an extended stay, booking ourselves a room on the beach. But that was not to be. I suffered a horrific health issue in mid-May, leading to a major surgery that involved the removal of a large part of one of my lungs. Since then, I have been recuperating in isolation. I hope and pray that I will be able to attend next year's festival, but even if I can't, my support and my best wishes will be there always. I am sure this year's Pondilit Fest will be a thumping success. Partho, Alo, and Ajit, who have become part of my family, and everybody else involved in organizing PLF 2023 deserve a huge applause. More importantly, they deserve our unstinted support in every possible way. Thank you.
Swarajya instituted the Swarajya Awards in 2015 to recognize individuals and institutions doing stellar work in various walks of life while being largely committed to advancing values like open market, freedom of enterprise, national interest, innovation, entrepreneurship, and celebrating the richness of India's vast cultural heritage. This award is now an annual affair where 4 awards named after illustrious individuals encompassing economics, politics, society, and cultural spheres are presented. Since 2022, Swarajya Awards are carried out in partnership with SMART, a confederation of nationalistic media organizations and knowledge providers with the aim of amplifying nationalistic news and knowledge. Swarajya is also the exclusive print and digital partner of the Pondilit Fest 2023 edition. We invite Shri Nandakumar of SMART to give a brief introduction.
Namaste to all present here. As a member of the jury of SMART, I'll take a couple of minutes presenting SMART to you. SMART, which is an acronym for Samachar Manyata Association for Research and Training, is a coalition of nationalistic media organizations formed to enhance the reach, improve financial viability, and influence the narrative, which still is in the strong control of the left. We started in 2020. As of now, our members who count, these are media organizations, who count to more than 250, include web portals, YouTubers, authors, knowledge providers, and influencers, having a cumulative monthly reach of over 100 million. This is across India in over 15 languages. SMART provides research grants, equipment grants, amplification support, technical training, subject matter training, and various other forms of support to its members. SMART has recently introduced city chapters, and so far, and have already established 8 so far, and more are in the offing. SMART is happy to join hands with Swarajya and Pondi Litfest for the second year in a row to present the SMART Swarajya Awards in 4 distinct domains, namely social, political, economic, and cultural aspects of India. Thank you.
The first award of the evening is Sri Narayana Award for Social Work. We invite Honorable Member of Parliament from Bangalore South, Sri Tejaswi Surya, to present the award. Sri Narayana Guru Award for Social Work has been bestowed on Seva Nyayan Utthan Foundation for its exceptional work in rehabilitating countless victims who have faced heart-wrenching atrocities. The foundation has also extended a lifeline to tribal and Dalit refugees from Pakistan. Besides providing immediate shelter and sustenance to them, the foundation has started centers where hundreds of refugee children get free education. For their unwavering resolve, compassion, and efforts to transform tragedies into tales of hope, we are proud to honor the foundation. The co-founder of the foundation, Swati Goel Sharma, is here to accept the award.
Hello. Thank you so much, the organizers, Mr. Partha, Alo, Ajit Datta, and my Swarajya team. I'm indeed honored to be recognized for my social work besides my journalism. I'm a journalist, and people know me as someone who is often on the ground covering social conflicts and cases of atrocities, meeting victims of atrocities. It was actually during the course of my work that I realized that once the media and public attention on the cases is over, those victims are often left without support, all alone. And people assume that there exists an ecosystem that helps these people, especially those who have got considerable public attention. For instance, 2-3 years ago, when a young girl, 21-year-old named Naina Kaur died, she was killed by her stalker. His name was Shah Rukh Khan. And the case was widely covered in the media. But very sadly, when I contacted the family some 6 months later, I realized they were homeless. Then I found that because Naina was was killed a few hours before the whole family was supposed to shift permanently to another city, that the family had vacated their house in Delhi. So when we found out about it, they were practically homeless without any support. And we have been giving the family, the old couple, a pension every month for the last 3 years. Thank you. In Delhi riots, when I covered it as a journalist, I found that 49 people had died, but beyond the loss of human lives, there were a lot of stories of personal loss. People saw whatever they had built up over the years just go up in flames. So, I covered the cases, I covered their stories. We also made a list of the victims, and we then helped them rehabilitate. We also shared our list with authorities so that they could also do their bit in rehabilitation. Of late, a work I'm particularly proud of is our rehabilitation work with refugees from Pakistan. They're all mostly tribals. They come from Pakistan facing religious persecution and come to India when they very well know that they would live in slums for at least till a generation. I happen to know about their plight because the Rajasthan government just demolished an entire colony of refugees in Rajasthan. And when I went there a month later, I found they were exactly where they were. They were sleeping under cots. They were sleeping under beds. So just nothing had been done for them. So fortunately, besides my journalism, besides my covering of the tragedy, I also could help them rehabilitate. We also run an educational center at the site of the demolition for 300 children there. Thank you so much. I'm unfortunate that I have been able to combine my journalism with my social work, and I particularly thank Swarajya, Mr. Prasanna Vishwanathan, for his support throughout. And also, I would like to mention Mr. Sanjeev's neighbor, who is my partner in the social initiative, and he encouraged me to do this. Thank you so much.
The next award is the Dr. S.P. Mukherjee Award for Politics. Due to unavoidable circumstances, the recipient of this award was unable to join us. PLF Swarajya Smart presented the award to him in a special ceremony held in Mumbai. Here are the proceedings.
It gives me great pleasure and privilege in introducing Swarajya Awards. This is the Dr. S.P. Mukherjee Award for Politics. This is given to a practicing politician who has blazed a glorious trail in politics and governance. And it gives us great privilege in presenting the award to Sri Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister and former Chief Minister of Maharashtra. I'll just read out the citation before Mr. Jaggi presents the thing. Dr. S.P. Mukherjee Award, named in the honor of great statesman, politician, and an intellectual progenitor of a uniquely Indian political philosophy, is presented every year to an active politician who has consistently stirred up to uphold the values that Mukherjee epitomized: commitment to constitutional values, thoughtful intervention, and to enrich the quality of public life. This year, it's our privilege to present the award to Sri Devendra Fadnavis. S.P. Mukherjee Award for Politics has been bestowed on Sri Devendra Fadnavis for radically reshaping the governance in the state of Maharashtra by envisioning and executing several transformational initiatives. Fadnavis's pivotal role in conceptualizing and delivering multiple infrastructure projects will forever be etched in the pages of history. Approachable, engaged, number-oriented, passionate, professional, sincere, and technology-savvy, he combines it with a very formidable political acumen that makes him a truly shining star in the Indian political firmament. So I request Mr. Jagannathan to do the honors of bestowing the award. Yeah, sure. And then the award.
You can also.
Sure, sir. Sir, I'm holding it on you, please.
I would like to would like to thank Swarajya magazine for choosing me for this award, which is named after our great leader, thinker, patriot, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. I would say it is the contribution of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee that today we see Kashmir as part of India. And I think drawing inspiration from Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji acted upon abrogation of Article 370 and 35A, by which the dream of Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee is truly accomplished. And I'm very happy that the jury of Swarajya magazine has unanimously chosen me for this award for my work in politics and especially for good governance. I think good governance is like oxygen. Its presence is not felt, but its absence suffocates individual. Good governance is same for the society. When there is a good governance, people may not praise it, people may not feel it. But when there is no good governance, the society is suffocated. And I think with this motto, drawing inspiration from Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee and Pandit Deen Dayal ji, we have been working under the able leadership of our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, who has literally transformed the way India used to conduct its business. Now, governance also means business. And it is a business for people, it is a business pro people. And I think that is why in such a short span in Maharashtra, our government could not only take up the initiatives of good governance, but create huge critical infrastructure which has really transformed the way our infrastructure used to be, where we used to build it, the time we used to take for building one critical infrastructure project, and it is also changing the quality of lives of people. And I think that is what really matters. I'm very happy that I'm getting an award in the name of my inspiration. So I would like to thank you. I would like to thank Swarajya magazine, all the juries. In fact, I really wanted to come to Pondy Lit Fest and take this award. But due to very pressing circumstances in the state of Maharashtra, I won't be able to come. I would miss it. But once I would really like to come and participate in Pondy Lit Fest, and I'll make it sure that once I come. But I would like to wish all the best to all the participants in the Pondy Lit Fest. And I would again like to thank the entire team of Swarajya magazine and all the juries. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure, sir.
Now, the Ustad Bismillah Khan Award for Culture. We invite the Honorable Minister of Puducherry, Sri A. Namasivayam, to present the award. The Ustad Bismillah Khan Award for Culture has been conferred on the prodigiously talented Shivashri Skanda Prasad for being a bundle of artistic ability and a committed flag bearer of the culture of this land. It is to her credit that she did not let the God bless skills go waste, as she assiduously worked on them, and today She is one of the most exciting performers of the niche Sampradaya bhajans, Namasankirtanam and Katha Kacheri, besides being a Bharatnatyam artist as well. We request Shivasri to enthrall us with a rendition of any bhajan or devotional number that she thinks suitable for the occasion.
Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. My namaskarams to everyone here and my gurus and the Almighty. Thank you, Swarajya, for presenting me with this award. I feel truly humbled and grateful to be standing here in front of such an august gathering. I am a very small person compared to the doyens and giants that are here in your own respective fields. But I do believe that sadhana takes us to this place at some point. And this is what I'm saying from my own experience. Back when I was a child, I used to fight with my parents for making me sing every day for 3 to 4 hours. And today I realize the value of that practice that has gone behind this divine art form. I would like to say a few words before I sing that short bhajan, because this means a lot to me. I have been very fortunate to have grown up witnessing the depth of Indian culture, of Bharatiya Kalachara. And my mission in life is to take this treasure trove to the next generation of budding Bharatiyas. Thank you. This is not an easy task, because I know what I went through when I grew up, and I know how difficult it is to understand the value of culture, understand the value of Indian culture especially, because it is something that disciplines us, and discipline is never easy. So this is what I'm trying to, and I will strive to work towards. And I hope and pray that the Almighty will bless me with the strength to achieve this at some point in life. Maitrim bhajata akhila hrijetri, Maitrim bhajata akhila hrijetri, Atmavadeva paranapi pashyata, Atmavadeva paranapi pashyata, Yuddham tyajata spardham tyajata, tyajata pareshvakramamakramanam, Maitrim bhajata akhila hrijetrim, Janani prithvi kamadughaste, Janani prithvi kamadughaste, Janako devaha
सकल दयालुः जनको देवः सकल दयालुः दाम्यत दत्त दयत्वं जनतां दाम्यत दत्त दयत्वं जनतां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां श्रेयो भूयात् सकल जनानां.
Thank you for your unwavering commitment and for sharing that beautiful musical gift with us. The final award for the evening, Dr. B.R. Shenoy Award for Economics. Dr. B.R. Shenoy Award for Economics has been bestowed on Professor K.V. Subramaniam for his pivotal role in shaping politics that helped Indian economy navigate through the unprecedented challenge of COVID-19. A stellar academic career was followed by his elevation as Chief Economic Advisor to the Indian government. Subramaniam left an indelible imprint on the Indian economy policy apparatus by challenging shibboleths. Subramaniam, who remains unwaveringly committed to dharmic values, is an extraordinary role model for students rooted in dharma who would like to take up social sciences. Due to unavoidable circumstances, the recipient of the award was unable to join us today. PLF Swarajya Smart presented the award to him in a social ceremony held in Mumbai. Here are the proceedings.
Delighted to have Professor K.V. Subramanian with us. Swarajya Awards was started in 2015 to award after 4 illustrious individuals in the field of economics, politics, culture and society. Today we are here to present the B.R. Shenoy Award. The B.R. Shenoy Award celebrates the economist who was against state socialism, who advocated for more market roles, more private entrepreneurs and the reduced role of government. Today, it's my honor and privilege and with great happiness I present this award to Professor K.V. Subramaniam, who led the government in one of the most turbulent times in the recent economic history, which was COVID, coming out with policies that not only strengthen our economic recovery post-2022, but also ensure that unlike many other developing economies, our economic pursuits, our economic trajectory did not go in the wrong direction. Professor, thank you very much for being with us. Sharon, I would request you to present the shawl, please.
Let me first thank Swarajya and all the leadership at Swarajya for recognizing and conferring this enormous privilege. I have always been conscious that with privilege comes responsibility, and I think nothing better captures that than the Bhagavad Gita, chapter 3, shloka 21. It says, Yadyat acharati sreshtataha tatta devetaro janaha sayat pramanam kurute lokastadhanvartate. Yadyat acharati sreshtataha means those who actually are bestowed privilege. Everybody else looks at their acharan or behavior. Yadyat acharati sreshtataha tatta devetaro janaha. That's how the people behave janaha. Sayat pramanam kurute, not just talk but deep walk in terms of the behavior. Lokasta Varvartate, everybody else invites that. I think in that spirit, during a very tough time, I think I really enjoyed the responsibility of thinking carefully about what was right for India and being able to contribute. For the award that is being bestowed, I must say that large part of the credit for this goes to the Honorable Prime Minister for first appointing a young person as the Chief Economic Advisor, but having also given the power to think through and try and share with him ideas, which he had the ultimate grace to listen and think about and implement many of them. So without his support, I think this wouldn't have been possible. So India indeed has come out of COVID in a very strong position. And I think if we contrast our response to the previous crisis during the global financial crisis, when India became part of the Fragile Five, in contrast, we've now come out with strong growth and strong macro fundamentals, which is, I think, testimony to the crisis response, for which, of course, the leadership deserves maximum credit. So, but I'm really glad that the small ahuti that one got the opportunity to make into this big yajna, for India at a time of such global uncertainty and global crisis is being recognized. I'm eternally grateful for the recognition. Thank you.
Thanks.
We now invite Tejaswi Surya to deliver the keynote address. Although Surya needs no introduction, he is amongst the youngest parliamentarians in the country, elected when he was only 28 years old. From Bangalore South, the Silicon Valley of India. He has made several important policy interventions ever since. He also heads the Bharatiya Janata Yuva Morcha, the largest youth political organization in the world.
Namaste to all of you present here. My special pranams to the Honorable Home Minister of Puducherry and a force behind our party's victory and formation of government here in the state, Sri Ramasivamji. At the very outset, I would want to thank the organizers of the Pondi Lit Fest, Parthoji, Aloji, and the very young Ajit Datta, for having put together a literature festival in the southern part of India, which has attracted the attention of those who matter in crafting the country's socio-political, cultural, economic discourse. Not once, not twice, but continuously for 4 years. And like Kanchanda mentioned in his message, this has become an annual event that all those who love this country's culture and this country's way of life look forward to. On behalf of all of you, I once again congratulate and thank the organizers and the whole team of Pondi Lit Fest for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share a few words today. The theme for this year's literature festival is Bharat Shakti. In the context of India's growing social, economic, political prowess and the practical and real strategic autonomy that India has managed to achieve in the recent years. There perhaps could not have been a better time than now to discuss and deliberate upon this very important subject right after the nation has successfully concluded presiding over the G20 and having stamped its indelible contribution at the global level. Just in the last few weeks, we have reached the south pole of the moon. Our athletes have got glory to us at important international events. The country has signed memorandum of understandings with at least 8 different countries to be the knowledge partner in digital public goods infrastructure knowledge sharing. And all of this is only an indication of a country on the rise. The last 9 years has marked the country's social, economic, cultural and political growth in an unprecedented manner. If one were to ascertain the causes, the reasons behind this growth, the consolidation of our strength, there will be many, but one of the foremost of them is undeniably the stable political leadership that Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi has provided to the country over the last 9 years. The difference between this leadership and the leadership that preceded the Prime Minister is that this is a strong leadership and strength respects strength. This is a leadership that is rooted in Indian culture. This is a leadership that is not hesitant to take risks. This is a leadership that understands the DNA and the pulse of this nation. The troika of stable political leadership, a strong demographic dividend, as well as a geopolitical order where India has played an important role, has greatly contributed to the country achieving in practical terms, in real terms, what we now call as strategic autonomy. Before I go on to share a few instances, which of course is of public knowledge, common knowledge to all of us, which clearly demonstrates India's real strength, political strength at the global table, it is necessary to understand that this quest of strategic autonomy was what was the principal motivation behind India's quest for freedom. And perhaps the best person to have articulated this vision even before India attained independence was none other than Sri Aurobindo. Sri Aurobindo in 1909, which is almost a few decades earlier to the Congress leadership of then making a case for Purna Swarajya, makes this articulation of the vision of India's freedom. He says, and I quote, our ideal is that our ideal is that of Swarajya, or absolute autonomy, free from foreign control. We claim the right of every nation to live its own life by its own energies, according to its own nature and ideals. We reject the claim of aliens to force upon us a civilization inferior to our own, or to keep us out of our inheritance on the untenable ground of a superior fitness. While admitting the stains and defects which long subjection has induced upon our native capacity, we are conscious of that capacity and energy reviving in us. Therefore, the vision of our rishis was to achieve a level of strategic autonomy where we could make choices both at the domestic level as well as at the international level, which was free from foreign control. The last 9 years, I would say, has been the very first attempt by Bharatiyas to politically, culturally, socially, and economically craft a discourse, create institutions, navigate the geopolitical waters in an unapologetic fashion towards realizing this vision of Sri Aurobindo and such rishis of the nation. Let us take just 2-3 examples, some at the domestic level, some at the international level, which just demonstrates how the country has made this unapologetic quest. For a very long time, the discourse around handling issues of terrorism in the country was confined, limited, constrained, and bound by domestic vote bank politics. As a result, a battle against terrorism or a zero tolerance approach towards terror was seen as an attack on a particular community. This, unfortunately, resulted in a political system, a law and order system, where the state could not act strongly, decisively, to protect its own citizens. Recollect the days 9 years ago, a decade ago, when at will, terror organizations were creating havoc in different parts of the country. Whenever a Hindu festival was around, whether it was in Chennai, whether it was in Guwahati, Coimbatore, Bangalore, Delhi, Ahmedabad, we would hear of terror attacks taking place. In the last 9 years, because we have got out of this ideological trap of confusing zero tolerance on terror to mean an attack on a particular community, the country has come out of this soft-handed approach towards terror, and in the last 9 years, there has not been a single casualty for terror outside of conflict zones in the country. When I was in college and was an activist of the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, every other week we would organize one or the other protest. against the then UPA government for their mishandling of Red Terror. The Naxals, with support of course from outside of the border, dreamt of creating a red corridor from Pashupati to Tirupati. Today, Naxal violence is unheard of in the country, and whatever little activity of Naxalism is taking place is restricted to 2 or 3 districts in the country, and this whole vision of the Naxalites of creating a corridor from Pashupati to Tirupati is a pipe dream. Naxal violence is a thing of yesterday in India because again the political discourse and economic discourse and the cultural discourse is out of this ideological clutches. This is another example of how the country has deftly managed to handle the internal security issues which plagued the country for a long time. The Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Award was bestowed. Article 370 and 35A was a legacy issue that plagued this country for almost 7 decades. The governments that came earlier did not want to address it because the mentality was to not solve problems, but the mentality and approach was only to postpone problems. And the world takes notice of a government that is decisive. And whether it was our action of abrogating or inoperating Article 370, whether it was our decisive action to end left terror, whether it was iron-handed approach towards handling religious terror, all of these were an indication to the world that this country's leadership at this point in time means serious business. And this decisiveness also was reflected at the global level when we started dealing with different nations of the world. The one important principle of foreign policy that again Sri Aurobindo so perceptibly had mentioned as early as 1903 was the principle that at the geopolitical table, it's only strength that attracts strength, and it's only strength that respects strength. I would want to quote him again. This is what he says. The first thing and the last thing that we must seek, the one essential thing, is strength. These were the words of Sri Aurobindo. So when we sought strength in the last few years economically, by lifting the largest number of people out of poverty in the shortest period of time known to global history in a democratic nation, 13.5 crore people were lifted out of poverty in the last 7 years under the Narendra Modi government. And we did so in a fully functional, vibrant, dynamic democracy. We have now shown to the world, to those who came to preach us democracy, we have now shown to them that democracy delivers and democracy can deliver. Just look at these numbers. In absolute terms, the number of poor in India is today estimated to be less than 60 million, half of what the number was in 2017. Half of what the number was in 2017. A third of what it was in 2015. Less than a quarter of what existed in 2012. This is the pace at which India has been able to usher in economic prosperity for its people. What has this translated into? The poor, for the first time in India, more than 50 crore people got access to bank accounts. The formalization of the Indian economy access to basic products like insurance starts with a bank account. And it's beyond our comprehension to even understand that almost 7 decades after the country's independence, about 50% of the country's population didn't even have access to as basic a necessity as a bank account. 50% of the country's population. 10 crore people have got access to toilets for the first time. 9 crore people have got access to LPG connections and cleaner fuel for the first time. 6 crore people have got access to a roof over their head for the first time. So the poor of India have benefited the most from the country's economic growth. So as the middle class. And we have Monica ji here, who has been trying to educate a lot of people in financial literacy. And these numbers will surely indicate to all of us how this economic prosperity, which has trickled down to the poorest of Indian, has also helped a lot of middle class in India to increase their savings. Over the past 2 years, on an average, 22 lakh new mutual funds accounts linked to SIP were opened each month in India. Just in July and August of this year, a record 36 lakh new SIP accounts were opened. 15,800 crore was invested. The middle class in India is also thriving. Now this economic prosperity that was created has translated into India now negotiating from a position of strength, dealing with a position of strength when it comes to international policy. We are today the world's fastest growing economy. We are also the world's 5th largest economy, and we are poised to be the world's 3rd largest economy, and we are surely on the path to be or achieve, if all goes well with all our efforts, the $30 trillion economy mark and a 20,000 per capita income mark by 2047. Now what is this helping us at the global level? I was in Norway a couple of weeks ago. The Norwegian government is extremely keen to learn from India, collaborate with India on replicating the country's digital public goods infrastructure to usher in prosperity and ease of delivery of government services. And Norway is not just one country doing this. Just yesterday, in the cabinet, 4 countries, not just from the global south, but also advanced countries in terms of their per capita incomes, have gotten into a memorandum of understanding with the Indian government to enable this in their nations. For the first time ever, the world is seeing a model where governments are not just building physical infrastructure, because all of these years governments build roads, governments build bridges, airports. This is the first model in the world which is replicable and replicable at scale, at population levels, where governments have built digital infrastructure. So this is going to be an extremely important export from India, which is going to strengthen leverage of India at the global level. We are seeing this in action today. The Startup India campaign, the Make in India campaign, all of this is bearing fruit. And the most important outcome of all of this is the West is not seeing India today as just a market, but India is seen today as a potential manufacturing hub and a very important node in the supply chain logistics of the world. This is a very important step towards our strategic autonomy. While this is something that we have achieved at the economic level, we have also shown to the world that this is a country today that does not bend to global pressures and global lobbies, howsoever big it may be. Take the example of how the country managed COVID. Because the world was watching, because the world did not have a template to follow or a prior experience to follow in terms of managing a pandemic of this scale. The country effectively managed a continental scale vaccination rollout, backed effectively again by technology. And most importantly, when the international lobbies, the pharma lobbies, tried to arm twist our government, whether it was the Moderna or the Pfizer vaccines, and also not to forget their marketing agents in the opposition, when all of them tried to arm twist the government, to waive off the indemnity clause, to make available a free market here, the country did not budge. The leadership did not budge. This was just another indication that this is a government that deals with strength, that this is a new India that is not timid, that this is a new India that is ambitious, that is audacious, and that wants to deal with the world in a position of strength. This was an indication. The second indication came very recently again, and the world took note of it. When India passed the Digital Data Protection Act, all of you, I'm sure, were following the news of how many countries and these trillion-dollar deep-pocketed multinational companies were trying to make sure that no data localization takes place in India. There was a very serious threat of India being reduced to a data colony. But the government very clearly mentioned, and this is the act today, that all personal data will be processed in India. No Googles of the world, no Facebooks of the world, none of these big countries which were trying to, on behalf of these countries, trying to lobby and trying to water down these legislations and provisions succeeded. This was another indication the world took note of, that this is a country that wants to deal as an equal. Look at how we have dealt with our foreign policy at multiple levels. All of these things that I'm telling you is not something novel. All of this is in public domain. For a very long time, India's foreign policy was also bound by the pressures of domestic politics. Even though Israel has been one of our biggest supporters, we never acknowledged or mainstreamed our relationship with Israel because we were worried that the local vote bank here may hurt us. For the first time, we established strong relationships with Israel as well as with the Arab world. The reason for that is the country is dealing with a foreign policy from a position of strength. The beauty of this is in how the Prime Minister went to Israel with the Arab nations providing for the airspace, and how he landed in Palestine accompanied by Israeli helicopters. This perhaps is the biggest indication of how India has been able to engage at a multipolar level. The country today cannot be bracketed. The country today cannot be hyphenated. India cannot be seen today as another nation which is another vassal state or a package deal with, say, the US or with Russia or any other bloc. We are talking to Russia. We are also engaging with the West. We are part of the Quad. We are also part of the SCO. We are dealing with Israel, but we are also building and rather reviving the longest trade route, the earliest trade route known to man, known to civilization, by building the India, Middle East, Europe corridor. Our relationships are strong with Ukraine as well as with Russia. And the reason why we have been able to do all of this, accomplish all of this, I go back to saying this again. The position of strength, the position of confidence from which India is dealing with this thing today. Even in our economic policy, our leadership and our country is taking decisions which is rooted in the realities of this country's economics. I'm sure all of you were following the political discourse in 2019-2020 when all around the world there was immense pressure on governments to print money and distribute cash. Perhaps India was the only economy of this scale which did not follow that route. It would have been very easy for the nation to print money and distribute cash. We helped our people in kind, but we realized the fallacy of following that economic policy. And today, while those countries are struggling with double-digit inflation and supposed economic rock stars who prescribed these policy prescriptions for India, well, they have now gone into hiding, or rather seen in podcasts with Rahul Gandhi. The ones who were rooted to this country's economics, the country's realities, the likes of which Swarajya today honored, they navigated this country's economy during a pandemic, and even this is an economic model for the world to follow today. So all of these are an indication that India is today taking decisions not influenced by A or B, but it is primarily furthering its own interests. And I come to ask myself, where did this country get this confidence from, which was clearly absent a decade ago? Where did we get this confidence from to deal with the world, deal with these crises, deal with these legacy problems in this manner? And I have no inhibition in saying this, that the reason why this country today is deriving so much of strength is because the country for the first time at a political level, social level, economic level is staying true to its Swadharma. And what is this Swadharma? Centuries of colonization had instilled in us a very deep sense of inferiority complex, where we look to the West, where we look to others and outside for validation. We were not confident in our own skin. And the greatest message, the central message of the Gita that Sri Krishna provides the world and Arjuna, through Arjuna, was Swadharme nidhanam shreyaha paradharmo bhayavaha. Stay true to yourself. Stay true to your own nature. Stay true to who you are. This is the central message of the Gita. Again, as early as 1902, Sri Aurobindo mentions this very message in these very words. And I quote, "If India becomes an intellectual province of Europe," listen to the power of these words. "If India becomes an intellectual province of Europe, she will never attain to her natural greatness or fulfill the possibilities within her. Paradharmo bhayavaha, To accept the dharma of another is perilous. It is self-defeating. It deprives the man or the nation of its secret of life, the very vitality, and substitutes an unnatural and stunted growth for the free, large, and organic development of nature. For 70 long years after independence, the colonial attitude of subservice, of servitude, of, in very colloquial language, log kya kahenge? And in this, the log was not our own people, this Padosi auntie, it was log kya kahenge was BBC, it was what the New York Times will say, what the Guardian will say. This log kya kahenge attitude determined the country's foreign policy, it determined the country's economic policy, it determined how we were dealing with Naxalism, it was determining how we were dealing with India's poor. This intellectual slavery cost the nation dear the last 70 years. Today, we see many green shoots, some examples of how concertedly we have tried to come out of this intellectual colonial slavery. Take just two examples. Just outside, when I was looking at the stalls, one of our friends said that they have been working on the Indian knowledge systems. There is Sampadanandaji sitting here. And they gifted me a few books saying that, sir, for how long should we be studying London Bridge is falling down, London Bridge is falling down. I still remember a very pictures incident in my mind when I was traveling to some hinterland of Karnataka a few years ago, almost a decade ago, when I was working as a Vidyarthi Parishad activist. I happened to visit a farmer's house in the central part of Karnataka. I was talking to him. It was around 4:30 in the evening. The farmer's son comes back from school, promptly goes inside, changes from his uniform, takes his book, starts doing his homework. The farmer gets really angry. And he starts telling him, Volgade hogu, in Kannada, meaning just go inside and do whatever you want. And I was stunned because this guy looked like an Adarsh Balak, coming home after school, changing, taking books, starting his homework. Then I asked the farmer, father, why are you scolding him? He said, the last 3 years, there is no rains in the city. There is no rains in our village. There is not a particular God left to whom we have not done a vrat or something, we have not prayed to. But this goddamn son of mine comes back from this convent and every single evening starts saying, rain, rain, go away, little Johnny wants to play. Neither the rain, rain, go away, nor the little Johnny had anything to do with India's culture. But for a very long time, this was what was taught to us as enlightened education. For the very first time, look at this, I come from a state which is just a few hundred kilometers from here. And when Namasivamji was speaking in Tamil and I was trying to very concertedly trying to understand what he was saying, I could make out that there is so much of words that is very common between Tamil and Kannada. But unfortunately here we are sitting in the Pondi Lit Fest communicating in English, a colonizer's language. Because the Congress party's national education policy, starting from Nehru, followed later by Indira Gandhi and promptly followed later by Rajiv Gandhi, was a Hindi imposition and an English imposition language policy. It never gave space for a flowering of Indian languages. For the first time, the national education policy of 2020 makes space for learning and teaching in the mother tongue. This is a very big shift from the Macaulayan education system. This is achieving strategic autonomy at a cultural level, at our finding our own level. This coming out of the Macaulayan trap is not just restricted to the education sector. On the last day of the last parliament session, the Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah ji introduced 3 important legislations governing India's criminal legal framework, which seeks to move away from, again, the Macaulayan era Indian IPC, CRPC and the Indian Evidence Act. It took 70 years for the nation to start making laws which are made in Bharat, made by Bharat and made for Bharatiyas. This is a very important journey that the country has taken at a political level, at a policy making level. But this doesn't mean to say that there is no residues left of this colonial mindset. Just a few days ago on Twitter, I'm sure all of you would have seen, there was a section which was really troubled by the fact that our Prime Minister couldn't hold a wine glass properly or couldn't toast properly. Because for them, which Kanchanda referred to as the irrelevant chatterati, politics as well as economic cultural discourse could be taken seriously only when it came from their derooted Anglosphere. When the Prime Minister goes abroad and speaks in chaste Hindi and wears our kurta and pajama, he is making a statement that India, Bharat as Bharat has arrived at a global stage. This is an indication that the country is staying true to its Swadharma, is making an attempt to go to its Swadharma. I only want to say this, that while all of these are important steps that we have taken, there of course is a considerable amount of challenges in the coming years. In conclusion, I want to highlight one or two of these challenges that perhaps may be of serious issue to our growth, or rather areas, I would rather put it this way, that these are areas that we should focus on in the coming years with all of our dedication and efforts. Even as we speak and celebrate the fact that India today is the fastest growing economy in the world, it is very important for us to continue this economic momentum so that the large number of people who are dependent today on various government schemes for their support, for their livelihood, they become financially more secure. The dream of the $20,000 per capita income economy, that is something that we cannot at any cost lose sight of, because that is going to give the country even more strength to be dealing at a global level. Whatever work we have done to incentivize manufacturing through PLI schemes and others need to be strengthened. More needs to be done, of course, to secure the country's energy security, because in the coming years, even when we are progressing on our developmental journey, the demands for resources, the demand for energy is only going to become higher and higher. our dependency on fossil fuels cannot be as it is today. Which is why in this context you must see 2 or 3 important international alliances the country has tried to introduce and lead, whether it is the International Solar Alliance, whether it is the International Biofuel Alliance, or whether it is the National Hydrogen Mission. All of these are in the direction of maintaining the country's economic and energy security. Even while we are focusing on that, we must also be aware that in this era of rapidly changing technology, the country needs to be ahead of the curve in all areas of emerging technology. Whether it's Web 3.0, whether it is Web 4.0, whether it is 5G, whether it is 6G, whether it's quantum computing. In all of these areas, the country needs to stay ahead of the curve. And not just stay ahead of the curve, also be an important voice at the global level at standard setting bodies and standard setting agencies. Already, it gives us great pride and great confidence that whether it is the international regulatory framework that is discussing multilateral banking, whether it is discussing cryptocurrency, whether it is considering regulation of artificial intelligence, India is a very important voice in the world today. It gives us confidence, but more needs to be done. Because those are areas which are going to, of course, give us, which is going to greatly impact every single human being on the world, the rapidly changing technological space. While all of this is at the material level, there is of course the big threat that if we lose or if we slip from the political pedestal, we may slip back to those days of colonial mentality. We may slip back to those days where deriding our own, deriding our culture was a thing of every day. Just a few 100 kilometers from where we are today, a very prominent leader of the ruling party in Tamil Nadu gave a clarion call for the eradication of Sanatana Dharma, which is the Swadharma of this nation. These are also the threats, the residues of the colonial depravity which still exists. And that is something that we must stay aware of and guard ourselves against. I would only want to say this in conclusion to give us all hope, to give us all pride that there may be threats that may come from within or from outside. But as long as we remain true to our Swadharma, as long as we remain true to our roots, there can be no power or no force on earth that can shake us or trouble us or defeat us in any way. This was the vision that Sri Aurobindo again gave. With his words, which is a message of action, which is not a message of timidity or trepidation, but is a clarion call for ambition, audaciousness, of strength and vitality. I want to leave all of you with this very important quote of his, which perhaps will be the guiding light for all of us for the next few centuries, as we all make our efforts to craft the destiny of this country. When therefore it is said that India shall rise, it is the Sanatana Dharma that shall rise. When it is said that India shall be great, it is the Sanatana Dharma that shall be great. When it is said that India shall expand and extend herself, it is the Sanatana Dharma that shall expand and extend itself all over the world. It is for the Dharma and by the Dharma that India exists. With this reflection of Sri Aurobindo's message of staying true to our roots, to staying true to our own energy, to our own nature, because that is what is going to give us the spiritual energy, the perennial energy needed to fulfill this destiny of the country. Let us all hope that his blessings and the divine strength will guide us all in this very important quest of rebuilding this very important civilization. Thank you so much. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Thank you for that extremely lucid speech and also for choosing such poignant passages from Sri Aurobindo. It sets the stage for the opening session of PLF 2023, which very aptly is a discussion on Sri Aurobindo, India and the world. Gautam Chikarmane, we invite Gautam Chikarmane, Vice President of ORF and editor of the book Reading Sri Aurobindo. Dr. Sampadanand Mishra, Director, Center for Human Studies, Rishihood University. Dr. Parikshit Singh, physician, entrepreneur, writer.
I am very well. It's so nice to see you.
And Devdeep Ganguly, faculty member, Sri Aurobindo International Center of Education, also editor of the book Reading Sri Aurobindo.
Don't sit near me. Sit there.
This session will be moderated by Nandini Sengupta, journalist and author.
Where's Parikshit?
So,
Huh?
what are you going to do? The room is going to become the room is going to be very empty. It's our party.
I request everybody in the hall to please sit down. Please take your seats because we have to start the next session. Kindly take your seats. We cannot keep the speakers waiting on the stage. Kindly take your seats, everybody.
Namaskar. It is my honor to start the opening session of PLF 2023 with this very august panel. We have Parikshit ji, we have Gautam Chikarmane, we have Sampadanand ji, and we have Devdeep. And together, hopefully this session will talk about Sri Aurobindo's vision for India and the emerging India that we see today and that we hope to see in the centuries to follow. I'm going to start off with a slightly controversial cue with Sampadanand ji. Just now Tejasvi Surya ji mentioned how the two words Sanatan Dharma have been in the news recently and have become very politically charged as well. Will you tell us about what Sri Aurobindo said about Sanatana Dharma and also bring in the kind of rousing message he gave in the Uttarpara speech, which references the importance of Sanatana Dharma in the rising of India?
Maybe you can go speak there.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Is it audible? Okay. So namaskar and thank you PLF for having me here. And it's a very good beginning because Tejasvi ended it with a most powerful quotation of Sri Aurobindo on Sanatana Dharma. Sanatana Dharma, and when Sri Aurobindo speaks about it, and he says that Sanatana Dharma is the only Swarajya and spirituality is the only politics of India. And what is this Dharma? In a beautiful manner, Sri Aurobindo in his book, The Renaissance in India, he says that this Dharma can be defined in various ways. Like you can cling to the etymology of the word Dharanat Dharma and then interpret it in various ways. But the most practical way Sri Aurobindo has explained it in his book and in many places. He says the idea of this Sanatana Dharma and the idea of Dharma is rooted in the idea of the Shrestha, the idea of Arya. When we look at what was this idea of Shrestha and Arya, we understand the practical aspect of what Dharma is. What was this idea of Shrestha? So he says a Shrestha, how does he look, or what is his character, what is his heart, what is his mind? How does he manage his social affair? He says an Arya or a Shrestha has benevolence in his heart. And there is a long list of words in the passage of Sri Aurobindo. I am picking up only the most important one. Benevolence in the heart, and in the character, he has heroism, he has loyalty, he has truthfulness, and in his mind, he has the infallible knowledge. In his mind, he has the infallible knowledge. And in his inner being, he has the seeking for the truth. And in his social relation, he fulfills the dharma as a father, as a son, as a citizen, as a ruler, as a king, whoever he may be in the society. He clings to the truth of his own being and then fulfills the dharma. And when we are talking about dharma, again, Sri Aurobindo followed the path of the rishis. He himself was a rishi. And the rishi's ideal of dharma, and especially when we contemplate on the Vedas, Upanishads and the Gita and the various foundational texts of Sanatana Dharma, So the idea is Satyam, Ritam, Brihat. These are the three words which Sri Aurobindo has given much importance to. And these three, Satyam, Ritam, Brihat, actually one, three in one. You can say they cannot be separated from each other. Where Sri Aurobindo says, in his Secret of the Veda, interpreting the words of the rishis, the realizations of the rishis, that one has to be, Sanatana Dharma insists that one has to be in one's own home. This idea of Swadama, Swagriha, then only truly one is Grihastha. Grihastha is not just to lead a householder's life, but to be at home. It's something like someone said, when God visits you, he must find you at home. We're not at home. To be at home, to realize the Swadama, to realize the Satyam, Ritam, Brihat is at the center of Sanatana Dharma, and that is what Sri Aurobindo described in all that he has spoken about the Swadharma of Bharat, or what is central to the Sanatana Dharma. So this is what is my preliminary idea which I shared, and moving ahead I will be sharing more idea with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sampadanandji. I'm going to toss the question now to Gautam, because the G20 summit has just concluded, and just this morning I was reading some of the stories that were written by international media. There was a story in Wall Street Journal which ended with the fact that the G20 summit showed India rising, Europe shrinking, Russia and China dithering, Russia and China seething, and US dithering. So the fact that Wall Street Journal makes this comment is very telling. I would like to ask Gautam that in Sri Aurobindo's vision, where did he see India going, and what is India's role in the future of the, nation kind?
Am I audible or do I need to go there? So if you don't mind, I'm going to hijack that question and keep it for a little after 30 seconds. I want to take the previous question and just give one quote and my reading on it. Sri Aurobindo also said, this Hindu nation was born with the Sanatan Dharma. With it, it moves, and with it, it grows. When the Sanatan Dharma declines, then the nation declines. And if the Sanatan Dharma were capable of perishing, as some people today want it to, with the Sanatan Dharma, it would perish. The Sanatan Dharma, that is nationalism. Small comment here, which is that in our country, 75 years after independence, we have big names abusing Sanatan Dharma openly, and there is nothing happening, neither on the street nor in the state. The entire state seems to be wrapped in cowardice. Try saying this to any other religion, and you will see what happens to you. The state will either put you in jail, or the street will behead you. So I think this is an important point for the Sanatanis in this room and outside to know that we are being squeezed from all sides, from the state as well as from the street. To answer your question about G20, I think this is part of a rising India. This rise in India, which you can see in economic terms, you can see in foreign policy terms, you can see it in science, technology, music, culture, books. Anywhere you look today, there is a resurgence of India which is happening in its own way. You also see it in crime, you also see it in anti-Hinduism, you also see it on the street in terms of riots, etc. So all this, when you look at it together, I see it as part of what Sri Aurobindo has said and analyzed as the rise of a Rajasic nation. We all know in this room that we are composed of three tattvas, which is tamas, rajas, and sattva. Sri Aurobindo expanded this vision of the individual to the state and said nations too have this ups and downs. India had been going through tamas, and what we are seeing today, the rise, including G20, but outside G20 as well, is the rise of this Rajasic tendencies of a nation. It's a nation that is rising with all the power, dynamism, force that it has. Nations generally rise from tamas to rajas. According to Sri Aurobindo, there has been no nation till date that has transcended into becoming a sattvic nation. So this is a cycle of tamas and rajas. Today, how I see, we see India is moving towards in the Rajasic space. So every kind of dynamism that is happening can be attributed at a collective level, at a national level, to this new, the Rajasic force that you may also be sensing inside you, around you. And if you don't sense it, I would only say get out of the way. Because this force is here, this force is coming. In G20, this force has expressed itself in several ways. The success of the event notwithstanding, I think more than all that, what G20 is telling the world in very simple words, and I think somebody said it before here as well, India is now becoming a global player. Not because of its economy, we are still just the fifth largest, we are going to be the fourth largest within this decade, before 2030, and the third largest in a few years after that. So economy is one part. I think India is getting ready to be a world leader or a world influencer or at least a regional leader in terms of the public goods that it has been creating. Somebody mentioned the vaccines. I think unlike other countries, I think Tejasvi mentioned it, unlike other countries that were trying to maximize profits and control, store, hide their vaccines for their own people, India, while it was fighting the COVID-19, which is a made-in-China disease, had also started giving it to almost 100 countries free of cost. There is no, we weren't extractive in the manner that we engaged with this disease and its cure. So it's a global public good that India made and offered to the world, and lots of countries benefited. Another public good that India is offering is in the world of finance, where UPI and other such, now rupee is going, there are about, I think, 18 countries that are ready to engage in rupee trade with India. This again will be a public good. The digital public infrastructure that has been created and upon which India will now host the next organization, global organization, will be another public good. So the rise of India, even though it is powered by a Rajasic force, is being influenced by a Sattvic influence at a collective level. And I think G20 today, and many going forward, for instance, United Nations or the BRICS or in any foreign policy, for instance, we keep talking about multilateralism. How the world is moving from a unilateral world to a bilateral world, and now it's multilateral. What is multilateralism? The fact that India can host successfully a G20 in the face of challenges both from the West as well as from the China and Russia nexus is that multipolarity. India is that multipolar country. India defines multipolarity today. And I think these are concepts that have been part of our existence since ancient times. So I'll stop at that and maybe talk more later.
Thank you, Gautam. I'm going to take a cue from that and ask Devdeep to expand on this whole concept that Sri Aurobindo has talked about of India being the Vishwa Guru. At some point he talks about how India's rise is not going to be selfish. She is not going to rise only for herself, but also for the world. If you can just take that away and give us, throw some light.
Is this audible? Yeah, so on the Vishwa Guru, I mean, this is an idea which, to really go deeper into, we have to actually go back in time. Because the whole basis of Indian thought and culture stems from Vedanta. And the idea of Vishwa Guru is only meaningful if it is seen as something that not just looks at India as a guru, but also sees the world, the rest of the world, each country and each culture in its own place, fulfilling itself. So much of Sri Aurobindo's engagement with Indian thought and culture stems from that Vedantic perspective, which is focused on this perception of an ultimate reality or truth infinite, absolute, eternal, manifesting in multiple ways. So one of the keywords or mottos of the G20 was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And if you actually read the text, it's an extract, it's a phrase which occurs in the Maha Upanishad, one of the minor Upanishads actually, but one which, like all Upanishads, is based on that Vedantic vision. And what the text says is interesting. It talks about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, and then it says, it emphasizes again the importance of being stationed in the consciousness of the Brahman. When there is that experience or realization of oneness which can sustain that diversity and that infinity, then there is truly Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Otherwise, it's just a phrase. It's a mental sort of idea which in practical terms is very difficult, managing different countries and cultures together. So really, Vishwaguru, another quotation that comes to me when you talk about Vishwaguru is from the mother, when she says, "O India, land of light and knowledge, wake up to your true mission in the world, show the way to union and harmony." And again, the idea of union and harmony is possible if we are able to perceive this reality which is paradoxically one and many at the same time. So without expounding for too long, I would say if we wish to really meditate upon what it means for India to be the Vishwaguru, or even for India to realize its full potential in the future world order, to go even beyond Rajas and Sattva into another, to transcend into another reality really, it would be something that is based on a consciousness that can sustain both oneness and diversity.
I'm going to take the question now to Parikshitji and ask him to expound a little bit on Sri Aurobindo's enormous contribution to our philosophy, and how not just indigenous Indic philosophy, how he drew upon ideas and thoughts from across the world to enrich the body of thoughts and light that he brought to us.
Can you hear me? No? Go there. Hello. Yeah. Couple of comments I just wanted to add on to Sampadananji about Sanatan Dharma. The very talk of destruction of Sanatan Dharma tells you that the person doesn't know what it is, and he or she has taken the most superficial aspects of social behavior or customs to call it Sanatan Dharma. Those who really understand Sanatan Dharma should be willing to let go of what was once a manifestation of it. That Yug Dharma is gone. The Sanatan Dharma's manifestation in this age will be different, and we should all internally, consciously get rid of those bad habits that we have accrued somehow or the other. Without the caste system or the exploitation of people, Sanatan Dharma is alive, and we need to be, each of us, be willing to cleanse ourselves of those habits and those thoughts. So I just wanted to add that. And Gautam knows more about economics than I do, but if you go by PPP, our GDP we are at number 3 already. I think we're at 10 trillion. And I think we should just keep that in perspective, which means if we continue down that path just by PPP, I think we'll be number 2 sooner than 2047. But I'll defer that to you. That's not my bailiwick. So let's talk about the enormous contribution to philosophy, or what we call in our perspective, darshana. Sri Aurobindo's vast vision of things was able to keep everything in perspective. That's one of his greatest contributions to Indian thought. And when I say thought, I mean more than thought, but
in English we don't really have a word for darshana. He was able to take the essence of Veda and Vedanta, the true integrality of Vedanta, and bring it back to us. The Karma Yoga of the Gita, which we had somehow forgotten, Sri Krishna's great exhortation, great message to Arjuna to keep fighting till the end with the highest knowledge, with the greatest bhakti. You have to keep working in this world because it is impossible to be without karma. And even Sri Krishna himself is doing karma. That was forgotten somehow, and as Gautam pointed out, we had fallen into tamas. Bringing back that realization that Karma Yoga is a part of a living, dynamic Vedanta. Without it, without acting through the highest awareness and the highest sense of surrender to the divinity within and without, we will become weak, and weakness is not a great quality in Vedanta. And Swami Vivekananda was, if there is one thing we can see with him, tremendous invocation of strength, all kinds of strength, not just the spiritual strength, mental strength, emotional, vital strength, and physical strength. That each of us has to build, but not just personal, it is also collective, it is also together as an organization to be able to work, create an ecosystem. And remember, when the Buddha gave 3 conditions of surrender, one was Sangham. Sangham Sharanam Gacchami. That Sangha is an organization where you surrender to the totality of everyone, surrendered to the Buddha and to the Dharma. What we are missing out is the Sangha, and I'm happy that we are rebuilding that. So, Sri Aurobindo's contribution to philosophy was bringing karma back into philosophy, but also creating such a vast view, Vedantic in essence, but what he called tantric in execution, not rejecting what came to be known as the Vama Marga, the principle of the feminine force, the Shakti, bringing that back and taking it to the highest level and bringing Vedanta and Tantra together and taking it to a concept which he described as truth consciousness or the supermind, or as in Veda, the Rit Chit. So this ability to bring all the visions together, yet giving each its due, even Buddhism, even Western philosophies, from Nietzsche, Übermensch, or what was called the Overman, he took. Even evolution, the concept of evolution, he brought it in the perspective of Vedanta. Now, it's not that evolution did not exist before that. Even in the Veda, we talk about Salilam, Apraketam, and in the various suktas, especially the Nasadi and the Purusha Sukta, how the highest consciousness becomes the inconscient, and then from the inconscient rises matter and life and mind, and then even higher levels, the 7 lokas. To be able to bring all that together and yet staying in that highest awareness is his vision. So his biggest contribution, I think, and what he wanted for the youth today was what he called brain power. Our people, our youngsters need to learn how to think. Not just think randomly, discursively, but think in a refined manner, in a subtle manner, and think holistically to be able to see various contradictory views and yet see what harmonizes them and have a holistic view. There's much to be said about it, but I think this should hopefully suffice. Thank you.
I'm going to come back to Sampadananji at this point and ask him about, just as Parikshitji was talking about how Sri Aurobindo distilled the knowledge of the Vedas and the Upanishads. Can you tell us about Sri Aurobindo's journey with Sanskrit and how, in what way that distillation process happened?
Thank you for asking this question. My favorite topic, Sri Aurobindo and Sanskrit, my lifetime sadhana for this. So, Sri Aurobindo's connection with the Veda, with the language, though with the language it happened much earlier when he came back from London and started staying in Baroda and started learning Indian languages and Sanskrit. But his connection with the Veda, it happened only in Pondicherry when he came to Pondicherry. So the language he learned not from anyone but on his own by going through what? The content of the Mahabharata. By reading the Nala Damayanti episode of the Mahabharata, those 300 odd verses, again and again, he entered into the spirit of this language. He not only interpreted the texts, he also composed original writings in Sanskrit. So one of his writings is Bhavani Bharati, one of the most powerful poems where he arouses the Bharata Shakti, which is the very name of Pandilit festival. And it is entirely rooted and centered around this idea of a Bharata Shakti. He also wrote another work called Tantrika Siddhi Prakaranam in Sanskrit. I am talking about Sri Aurobindo's original writings in Sanskrit, and what Parikshit ji was mentioning, that the vision is there of Veda and Vedanta, but the action is of Tantra. Sri Aurobindo's entire integral philosophy, whether it is integral yoga, education, philosophy, is based on this tantric system of yoga, or has a lot of connection with the tantric system of yoga, where the action, no rejection, acceptance, but dynamism, a pure dynamism, which is needed for living a spiritual life. Therefore, a Sanatani who truly lives Sanatana Dharma has to imbibe the qualities of this Shrestha, as I mentioned in the beginning, who believes in Sarva Bhuta Hita, who believes in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina, who believes that Yatra Vishwam Bhavati Eka Nidam, who believes in Sarvam Khalu Idam Brahma. And these were the passages from various texts, from the Veda, from the Upanishads, from the Gita, from the Tantric text, which attracted Sri Aurobindo very much towards Sanskrit and the whole tradition therein and the whole philosophical foundation that the rishis have laid. So he dived deep into this tradition and all his interpretation, whether he is composing Savitri, Life Divine, Synthesis of Yoga, or essays on the Gita, or he writing about Dharma, he is writing about the Samskriti, he is writing about anything connected with India and the Rishi tradition. So it's all rooted in what he grasped from the spirit of this language. That's what I could find out while going through or doing research into Sri Aurobindo's contribution to Sanskrit language and literature. And one of the important aspects that Sri Aurobindo always focused, and Mother also mentioned, that both of them wanted to see Sanskrit as a Rashtra Bhasha, as a national language of India, where India lives this spirit. What Tejasvi mentioned, that we all are sitting here, there is not much difference, like when it comes to the vocabularies. So he could understand by listening to Tamil, being a Kannadiga, so he could understand Tamil, having no contact with Tamil, just by focusing a little bit. So most of the Indian languages, we have got more than 70 to 80% words, Sanskrit words. So Sanskrit plays an important role. And that's what Sri Aurobindo says. And then he says that the roots of all the languages which can be found in, or which are found in Sanskrit, therefore the promotion of Sanskrit can save India. I also make a mention of Vasishta Kavyakantha Ganapati Muni, who once came and then met Sri Aurobindo, met the mother. So he was a part of the whole Congress movement. And in the 1924 Belgaum conference, where it was almost decided that Hindi was going to be the national language of India. So from there, so he made a statement that if Sanskrit is not promoted, India will not, rise. India will not get its rightful position. And that's what Sri Aurobindo wanted, the mother wanted, that by giving a rightful position to Sanskrit, by living this, by giving respectful position to our languages which are rooted in Sanskrit, that India can regain its rightful position. This was what Sri Aurobindo's idea about Sanskrit language, and this is how he was connected, he lived, he promoted, and then one can find like how he entered into the very spirit of language and made it manifest through his writings. And from my personal experience, like being connected with Sanskrit right from my childhood, and then having gone through this whole training of the Veda, Upanishad, the Gita and the Tantra, it becomes very easy to understand Sri Aurobindo. At the same time, understanding the Veda, Upanishad, the Gita and the Tantra becomes easy because I have an introduction to Sri Aurobindo. So both are complementary to each other, and therefore my message will be that be rooted, and then the principles, the philosophy or the message of Sanatana Dharma becomes clear to everyone else, and that's what India needs today. Dhanyavad.
Taking a cue from that, I'm going to ask Gautam about whether this is something that he feels very deeply about and wants to talk about. He feels that Sri Aurobindo is the 7th darshana in Indian philosophy, and he wants to take that idea forward. Take it away, Gautam.
It's a new idea, but she's giving me only 3 to 5 minutes. And so maybe I need to do greater justice to it later on. We have 6 darshanas of the Astic school in India. All of you would be knowing this, and 3 in the Nastic schools. Sri Aurobindo, in my opinion, and nowhere has it been mentioned yet, but having studied him for some time, I sincerely believe Sri Aurobindo is the 7th darshana in the Vedic traditions, in the Astic tradition. Let me just tell you 3 things which differentiate Sri Aurobindo's work from other systems. First, evolution has not ended. Evolution is going on, so man is a transitional being, and the next evolution will happen in the spiritual domain, what he calls the supramental. And so he is no longer talking about, for instance, attaining nirvana and attaining a dissolution into the Brahman. He is talking about going there and bringing it back. So that is the first. Second, he talks about integral yoga, which is that no yoga can help you if it's all yogas are incomplete in themselves. For instance, the physical yoga, you may have a perfect body, but your mind will be weak. You can have a mental yoga, a Raja yoga, but then if your vital being is left behind, that doesn't work. So there is an integrality of the human being, which has 5 beings within, 5 planes of being within, all of which need to grow, rise and evolve together. The last point where he differentiates from others is the divinization of matter. You don't have to dissolve into the superconsciousness. You have to bring that consciousness back into the very cells of your body, into matter itself. In other words, to divinize matter. These 3 concepts alone, I have not read them in any of the other philosophical schools, for instance, Sankhya, Yoga, Mimamsa, Vaishishya, Yoga, and one more which I'm missing. And Sri Aurobindo articulates them in a very philosophical as well as spiritual manner. And therefore I feel, and if there are any students of philosophy here, I will definitely be following this theme. So I just want to place it before all of you that the Sanatan Dharma is also evolving. So it's not that Sri Aurobindo just took what was earlier and harnessed it into a cohesive literary or a new structure. He took the Indian philosophical traditions, he took Sanatan Dharma one step ahead. And the divinization of matter is that one step. Thank you.
That was very interesting, Gautam. Thank you. I would like to ask Devdeep to take forward this whole discussion on evolution and how Sri Aurobindo talked about that, and where do you see that evolution actually happening?
So really interesting ideas that have been shared by my fellow panelists. This interaction between Vedanta and Tantra is also extremely interesting. In the synthesis of yoga, there is a way in which he places these 2 traditions. he says in the integral yoga we follow the aim of the Tantra, but the method of Vedanta. And again, it's a very interesting way of looking at these two systems and how they relate to each other. And also Gautam's extremely interesting idea of, proposing the seventh darshana as the integral yoga philosophy. I was reading a book on yoga psychology, which is actually considered to be one of the standard textbooks of yoga psychology. It's written by George Furstein, which is quite an interesting text. I haven't completed it, so I can't recommend it wholeheartedly. But what was interesting is that he traces the evolution of these various systems of yoga and philosophical schools as well. And he ends with Purna Yoga. He ends with integral yoga as the logical conclusion or next step in this long tradition. That I found to be very interesting. Purna Yoga, incidentally, the word Purna itself, taken from the invocation to the Isha Upanishad, which I think we can safely say was Sri Aurobindo's favorite Vedantic text. For me, in relation to our discussion on India, Vishwaguru, and Sanatana Dharma, and Sri Aurobindo, I'm reminded of an episode in the 1950s. In the mid-50s, there was a proposal to have an exhibition on Indian spiritual systems. And the proposal that was put forth to the mother was to trace the development of Indian spirituality from the Vedas to the Upanishads and then subsequently come to Sri Aurobindo. And her response to that is very interesting. I'll cut a long story short, but basically she says, or let me not paraphrase the mother, I'll tell you what I take from that and then you can read it yourself. The point that is being made is that on one hand, we can see Sri Aurobindo as the development of the past, but it is also something that belongs to the future. It is not simply something which I think the point that Gautam also made, it's not simply something that is a collection, an amalgamation, a compilation of past knowledge in a new form that we can access. There is something radically new and unique and absolutely revolutionary. Just as he was a revolutionary in politics, even in his spiritual approach and the integral perspective that he brings forth, it is revolutionary. So it might seem paradoxical to say that he belongs to the future and not to the past, but at the same time, the foundation is very much all this knowledge that we have been talking about. But standing on that rock of knowledge, we look forward. And that to me is really the essence of India's role in the world today, where we are able to, or we hope to, we aspire to be able to synthesize all these different aspects of knowledge and traditions, but also make it relevant in the context of modernity and the Satya Yuga to come.
Parikshitji, any concluding comments from you before we open the floor to some questions?
It's always good to conclude at the end because then they cannot say anything about what I said. But building on what Gautam said is, that's a brilliant insight. And one must also go back to the uniqueness. Sri Aurobindo never just gave theory. He lived what he prescribed. And so when he talked about the independence of India, he himself went through the process. He was not an outside observer giving theory how to do things. He risked his own life and he went through it. In the process, and he gave a whole program for India's freedom. It was not, okay, we're going to be free and we're going to fight them. He gave a practical, vyavharik system on how India can become free. It was unthinkable that India would become free in the year 1900. Remember, this was Pax Britannica. Britain controlled the whole global trade, almost 50% of it, 25 to 30% of land. And yet, he could say that we will have a program and a multi-layered, multi-dimensional approach. Same thing he brings to evolution or our future. And not only does he talk about, as Gautam has pointed out, the supermind, the synthesis of yoga, transformation of the body, but he gives a whole program. And then he goes through it, and by living it himself, he makes the program easier. He makes it so much easier because he hews the path that he's talking about. And the other practical aspect that you will not find in other systems of Vedanta or other schools is his concept of Gnostic communities, people coming together organically in different parts of the globe and sustaining this transformation individually and together. And so that is a unique part of it, and this is what makes him transcend the previous system and begins a new yuga of darshana. Thank you.
I'd like to invite questions, open the floor to some questions. Any questions? There's a question.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful introduction on Sri Aurobindo's various
We can't
aspects.
hear you. If you can just speak up a little bit.
Thank you so much for this. I had a question to Mr. Parikshit. I'm happy that you mentioned this word darshana, because in the Western academics and the history of philosophy, when you talk or do research on Indian philosophy, nowhere in the, this is from my experience, you find this word darshana only when you click on Google Hinduism. Indian philosophy as darshana doesn't exist in the Western terminology. So would you be able to explain the very linguistic aspect of the word philosophy in the Western language and darshana in Sanskrit? Because darshana, if you actually understand the word, it comes from the word perception, what you perceive. So how could you elaborate a little bit in that aspect?
There was a little static, but what I heard was you wanted us to talk about darshana and the difference between darshana and philosophy. So the word philosophy was first used by Pythagoras. He was a mystic, pre-Socratic mystic. Love of wisdom or love of knowledge, that is what philosophy means. Pythagoras was a mystic. He had made great contributions, but he was also somewhat kind of a cult figure, at least from what we know about him. He tried to create a new life. He was a vegetarian, metempsychosis, which seems a little weird vis-a-vis Indian concept of rebirth. Metempsychosis, the story goes that he got upset when they were beating a dog because he saw someone's grandfather in the dog. Usually in our system, once the soul has evolved to humanity, it does not go back to the dog stage, at least the way Sri Aurobindo and Mother explained. Philosophy usually is thought. You think, you connect, you analyze, you dissect, which has influenced Western science tremendously. You break down things, you take them apart. Take a butterfly, pin it, divide it nicely, take the wings apart, take the antennae, and then say, this is the butterfly. Meanwhile, the butterfly is dead. Darshana, coming from the Sanskrit word dra, or root dra, is to see, is to behold. And I have not found an equivalent. Behold is the only way I can give that power to the darshana. That's your seeing the truth. Now, this is not just external seeing, because external seeing is through the senses. This is the seeing where the seer and the seen are not separate. It is seeing oneself. It is sakshatkara, but sakshatkar not of an indirect knowledge where there is a gap between the knower and known. How to explain this? It is an intuitive sense. And the only sense that we have, that we know of, which can give us an idea of what that means, is the sense of being. Each of us has that sense of being. That is not an intellectual concept. If I tell you, Devdeep, that you don't exist and I prove it to you, you will still know that there is being. There is a sense, there is an awareness, no matter what I do to prove to you. So it is not dependent on thought, it is an intuitive sense, it is a knowing, and that's what darshan takes us to, which is far beyond the ranges of philosophy.
Out of time, but I can take one very quick question and an equally quick answer to that. Yes, please.
Thank you. This is not directly connected to Sri Aurobindo, but regarding Samskrita, probably Dr. Sampadananji can answer. Which is the right version of it? Is it Sanskrit or Samskrita? There's always confusion or a debate over it. Is it like India and Bharat or something? Which is the actual thing, Samskrita or Sanskrit? Which is the right way of calling Samskrita?
Sampadananji, very quickly.
Very quickly, Sanskrit or Sanskrit, both are correct. Grammatically, both are correct.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being a wonderful audience. Thank you, panelists.
Our second session of the day is the book launch of Hindus of Hindu Rashtra by Anand Ranganathan, published by Blue One Inc., followed by a book discussion. This book has topped the Amazon charts for many weeks now, and we at PLF are delighted to launch it formally. The book is available exclusively at the Ink section of the PLF bookstall, and you can get your copy signed by Anand after the session. Please remain seated after this session, as Vikram Sampath would like to address you for 5 minutes afterwards. We invite Anand Ranganathan, Professor JNU, author and columnist. Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, lawyer, Supreme Court of India. Dr. Meenakshi Jain, historian. Dr. Ratan Sharda, author. This session will be moderated by Alo, our festival director.
Please clap if you want to get in a good books.
I'm moderated in the middle.
ऑटोग्राफ कर देना बाद में।
Good evening and welcome to this final session of the opening day of the Literary Festival. It is indeed my absolute privilege to moderate this session for this wonderful book written by Anand. I'm using the word wonderful just like he does, and but it really is an effort by a Darwinian atheist to make us Hindus realize exactly where we are today with relation to our future and what we hold dear with the polity and the judiciary and the administrative unit that we have in India today. I don't think there is a more fact-filled compilation and presentation of data with so much heart that empowers us with so much knowledge. I don't think there is another parallel. So without much ado, I'd like to go to very quickly actually, because Anand is very keen to give the audience a chance to ask questions. So I actually have just about 40 minutes to go through all the points. So the first chapter that he talks about among the 8th class citizenship characteristic that we Hindus find ourselves today is the state control of temples. So Meenakshi ji, now that you're here with us at the Lit Fest, can you tell us, we know that the invaders looted our temples, but when did this institutionalized control of our temple wealth start? Is it a British enlightened policy?
No. Contrary to the general impression, the early Englishmen were fascinated.
There's a problem with the mic.
Yeah, I think now is it clear now? Can you all hear me? No.
Can we have a handheld mic? Yeah. No, we have.
So how do you know they're doing it? So good evening. I have to first congratulate
Hold it closer to
Anand on writing a book which will appeal to every right-thinking Hindu and Indian. Now you asked me about state
policy,
state control of temples.
Yes.
Now as a historian, I begin everything by looking back, and it is so fascinating that early officials of the East India Company were absolutely fascinated with the temples and the rituals they observed. And Warren Hastings, the first Governor General of India, is on record going every Sunday to the Kalighat temple in Kolkata and paying respects to the mother. There are accounts that we have of early Englishmen attending the Rath Yatra in Orissa and writing about it. And there are so many accounts of early company officials participating in temple rituals for, appealing to the rain gods that please shower rains on us. So there are so many examples. Now this attitude of early Englishmen, contrary to the general impression that we have, it alarmed two groups of people. One were the British missionaries who did not appreciate this policy of the early Englishmen, and the East India Company, which said that you are becoming Indianized, you know more about Indian culture than about your own. So kindly start remaining aloof from this. Now from that period, one would think that when India got independence, the rulers would take as much pride in temples and their rituals as the colonial rulers had done before this. But it did not happen. Why is it so? It is because of the ascendancy of atheists, rationalists, and a particular ideology which became dominant in a part of India. I can say South India. And the other factor that tilted the scale against temples was the envy at the so-called wealth of these temples. It was not realized that barring a few temples that were rich, most temples did not fall in that category. The temples were given large grants of land. They were supposed to run their affairs on the basis of the revenue that they got from agricultural land. Now, after independence, there was a particular ideology in a particular part of India that encouraged the tenants to occupy those agricultural lands, with the result that the temple income just fell to nothing. Just two examples I want to give. The Brihadeshwar temple, it's one of the pride of India. In 1983, it had to stop worship for a day because there was no money to offer food to the deity. In 2018, the Madras High Court asked the HRCE department to please tell us where 50,000 acres of agricultural land had disappeared. It has just disappeared from the books. So you can imagine the kind of assault that has been done to the temples in independent India. And I just hope that Anand is one of the first persons who has written on this issue, and I hope it creates a lot of awareness on this issue.
So Ratanji, my question to you is, considering the fact that we have there's a so-called fascist Hindutva party at the center and the same party leading in many states. Where is the Hindutva-ness when it comes to control of Hindu temples?
Thanks, Alojik. Before I answer, I have one or two observations to make. One is this particular Lit Fest. This Lit Fest actually represents the cream of Sanatan Dharma scholars. So if all that Congress has to do is take a photograph and eradicate them as and they get a chance to form the government again. Second question is to Anand. Before I ask Anand, a lot of people have talked about the data. Of course, I have also done a lot of data on this, except Waqf Board, I knew the data, but to present all that 30 seconds, his famous 30 seconds, into just a small booklet, which is a bomb of a booklet, where I don't have to search anywhere. That one book you want to feel victim, or you want to feel angry, or you want to feel dissatisfied, that's the book for Hindus. Now my question to Anand before I start is, what are the turning point in your thinking? Because I don't think you were a Hindutvadi or Hindu Dharma follower earlier. I have seen the change from 1992 basically, beginning with Girilal Jain's, not because she's sitting here, a respected father, because I saw that. 92 saw the churning of the intellectual minds and a lot of people turned around thinking what's going on after the Babri incident. Then was 2014 was the next turning point. So for you, what was the turning point?
Asking you.
First of all, thank you very much.
Is your mic working? Your mic, yeah. I think you better hold it.
Yeah, first of all, thanks very much to the organizers, Pathada, Ajit, Alo. It's almost a ritual for me. It's a privilege and an honor to be back here at PLF. And also, thank you so much for launching the book. And thank you to Meenakshi ji and to Vishnu ji.
Close it.
Yeah, close it. For providing their quotes for the book. You know, when the book is sprinkled with greatness, you know, the success is almost predetermined. And thank you to Jay Sai for the foreword and Vikram for the afterword. So when a book is sandwiched by greatness, then what more can I say? So I'm truly blessed in that sense. And of course, we will talk a little bit about the book and parts of it. But to answer Ratanji, first of all, thank you so much, Ratanji, as well, for being here. Is there an echo with two mics, or maybe? Yeah. Okay, I think this is better. Yeah. So so his question was, when was the turning point? To be honest with you, I think the turning point, there wasn't just one day. I was drowning in ignorance, which most people were, but especially me, because this wasn't my domain at all. And as a practicing scientist, and before that as a student of science, really didn't get a lot of chance to, leave alone discuss, to even learn about the non-scientific issues. So I was blissfully unaware of so many things that now I am aware of. So there wasn't just one turning point. There were many. And I think the principal amongst them, I have talked about, there have been recent phenomena. I would say last 6 or 7 years, ever since I started writing. And I think, so I can say, if not 8 turning points, it's certainly 5 turning points. The other 3 are as very late as 1 year or 1.5 years ago, when Vishnuji talked so authoritatively about Waqf Act. I didn't even know that this act existed. So that wasn't the turning point. That was just reinforcing that, yes, we are 8th class citizens. You know? So it wasn't like, oh my God, what's going on here? I think the biggest turning point in that sense was having 7 lakh Hindu refugees in their own land. I still can't get my head around it, that there isn't a large country which has its majority population as refugees in that country. I mean, are there American refugees in America? Are there British refugees in Britain? I mean, German refugees in Germany? It's unthinkable. So, but there are 7 lakh, and cutting across ideologies, across governments, they have remained so for 33 years. I mean, that's just, so that was one. What's going on here? The other one was, I think, in one sense, Places of Worship Act, certainly. And I think that was one of the most painful chapters to write, because it's just so absurd that you just want to cry out for justice to be given. And I've written there that, according to me, you know, what separates empires from civilizations? You know, how civilizations carry on, and empires sometimes, most times, crumble to dust. And the reason is that we have this, you know, this thirst to deliver justice for our ancestors. That is what symbolizes continuity, you know. And if you read Meenakshi Jain's book, Meenakshi Ji's book, about how now we are, I mean, I can say with a bit of, you know, in a mocking terms, that we are Hindus in Hindu Rashtra. But imagine Hindus in Aurangzeb Rashtra, or imagine Hindus in Mughal Rashtra. What our ancestors went through. 4.6 million were, I mean, just murdered through a genocide. But away from that, then you realize what she has written, that painfully, day by day, they hid the idols. They removed the idols. They put it in a well. They dug, 10 feet, they buried the idol there and told their sons and daughters and, their grandchildren, one day you may, dig this up again and do a sthapna of the idol. Centuries ago. Is that not what continuity is? And if we stop thinking about it, then I think there's no point in talking about the great Hindu civilization, according to me. And I stress on this point, and I've stressed here as well, that it's a crying shame that people think of this as a Hindu struggle. It's an Indian struggle. So, it befuddles me, and why non-Hindus in our country, and I don't mean Vishnuji, because the one who's holding the flame aloft of fighting for Hindus is now a minority, Vishnu Jain, who has 115 cases right now to reclaim for something for Hindus. It's just, it's mind-boggling. It's mind-boggling. So I think when you read about that, and then of course, by 4 or 5 years ago, I had read the Allahabad High Court judgment on the Ram temple, and how historian after quack historian was called to the court. And all those very authoritatively comments were made that, oh, I know that there was no Hindu temple underneath, that there was a mosque, and it wasn't demolished, temple wasn't, and all that stuff. And each one of them were so, I think, even mediocre is a term that would give respect to them. It's just astonishing how they were able to con this country, starting from Irfan Habib and so many others. And the court, basically castigated them. And they said that, the plaques and the reliefs were stolen from Lucknow Museum and brought there to be discovered from. And then, after the Ayodhya judgment, when the digging started, I remember Meenakshi ji sent frantic DMs to us, Alo, if you remember. And 2 days ago, there is a tweet by the gentleman who is in charge of the Ram Mandir. That's right. And there are about 7 or 8 photographs of the idols, the reliefs, the plaques, the murals that have been excavated after the Ayodhya judgment at that site. How somebody can say this was not a Hindu temple is just beyond me. I think so it's a collection of these points that, what have we been fed? And if we don't have stalwarts like Vishnu ji, Meenakshi ji to teach the younger generation to take that flame and, that mashal and pass it on, it would be a biggest tragedy we can think of. That was.
I just want to add one thing, that all the Hindus in this audience, when you get back Mathura and Gyanvapi, please thank 2 Jains.
Let me clarify, it's Meenakshi Jain and Vishnu Jain, not Vineet Jain.
Vishnuji, I'll combine 2 points. One is, your point. Okay.
I don't know, escape the
If
question.
you can just quickly do that. Okay, tell me, why is the BJP still controlling
One more
temples?
thing. And Anand's, he writes very incisively, very surgically. One particular sentence has struck me. It is profound sentence which will be actually the hallmark of book. That is, Hindu dharma is defined by the way of life, and in Abrahamic religions, the religion defines the way of life. I have been studying Abrahamic religion vis-a-vis Hindu religions. I have been debating, I have been writing, but this particular sentence I have heard for the first time, if I had heard it earlier. That is the most profound thing I have written in the book. Now coming to the question, what is happening to the Hindu Rashtra? First of all, Hindu Rashtra in mind is already there. By law it is not there yet. Secondly, the question is not so simple. In fact, me and Vishnu were together in one of the meetings just a few weeks back, and we discussed the point that we have so many kinds of temples. I am not denying that temple needs to be freed. Please be very sure. I want temples to be run by Hindus, not by secular or so-called bureaucrats. In fact, biggest fight I had with Arnab Goswami was about who controls the temples. And that is when I got all these facts together. Issue is that we have family temples, we have got Kula temples, we have got village temples, we have got what you can call Sampradaya temples, We have got large temples which are controlled by a few pujaris, and there are temples which are controlled by the government. What should be the right kind of management? There is no uniform fit at all to all of these. So what do you do? Hindu society has never been able to have a hierarchy where the top decides how the temples will be run, how particular ritual will be done. So probably the right solution is to remove the government and have the right kind of controls on how temple will run, a kind of manual SOP that all the temples are run well. I know of private temples which are in horrible conditions, controlled by the families, which by lakhs of people. You go to Mathura, Vrindavan, you will find them. You know what is the condition of Vaishno Devi before the governor took it over. I have been going to there since my childhood. So there are too many complex questions. Answer is not simple, but yes, it has to be taken in from the government. When it can be done, it is not being discussed, especially at the level of RSS, VHP. It has been discussed at least for the last 3-4 years with all the acharyas, all the pramukhs, and they agree that it is not easy to find a solution where they'll say, okay, there is an apex body and there are temples being controlled by the apex body. That's difficult. Because then you have people like secular people are trying to secularize Kali Ghat, turn it to a tourist spot. So when these people turn up to control the temples, the pilgrim centers become tourist spots. That is the problem. But yes, it is to be done. But it's a long civilizational battle. On any point to bring Hindus together on any one point is as difficult as RSS of for last 98 years. Those 98 years are brought to a stage where an Anand can come up and speak about something what RSS has not done. So I think that's a tribute to the Hindu Samaj, that it takes so much of long time to come out of stupor where people wake up and say, oh, something is going wrong. Even today, if you talk of Sanatan Dharma, you have Hindus fighting on the TV saying what is not wrong with what DMK says. And lastly, on the Jain, that actually proves that we are truly a Sanatan Dharma. Both Jains fighting for a
But just the one thing, if I've learned and understood from reading Hindus of Hindustan from your book, is that practice was never top down. Practice was dictated, the Dharma Shastras were dictated by practice bottom up. So maybe we should go back to that. But now I have to give Vishnuji the parole, please. Well, Meenakshi, can we just do this? I'm going to quote you. So Vishnuji, you will have to combine two of the things. One is, of course, on the Waqf board, and then maybe weave in what they enjoy and the privileges that we don't when temples are not controlled. So I'm quoting from her book on Ayodhya, where this particular judgment was passed on the Waqf. So on the 28th of October 1991, Justices S.C. Mathur, Brijesh Kumar and S.H.A. Raza of the Allahabad High Court delivered a judgment on a petition by Muhammad Hashim versus State of UP against a notification issued by the state government for acquiring a piece of land in village Kot Ramchandar Courts for the development of tourism and providing amenities for the pilgrims of Ayodhya. Muhammad Hashim alleged that the notified land was Waqf property and could not be acquired under the Land Acquisition Act. Its real purpose was to destroy the Babri Masjid and transfer the land to some organization to construct the temple thereon. The judges held that prima facie, even Waqf property could be acquired. So from there, what have we come to from what Anand describes in the book?
First of all, I would like to thank the PLF. I would like to thank the PLF for having me here, and I would definitely thank Mr. Anand Rangnathan for writing this tremendous book. I think this book is an eye-opener for all of us, and the second part of this book, I have requested Anand sir to launch it soon, because we are not just 8th class citizens. There are so many legal points which I am going to bring to his knowledge. That second edition will come where he will describe that whether we are 16th class citizen or 20th class citizen. So the point is this, that as you rightly told, that it has been held by the Allahabad High Court that Waqf properties can be acquired, and that judgment was affirmed by the Supreme Court in a reference in Ismail Faruqi in 1992, where the Supreme Court held that any religious property can be acquired. But deviating from the question for a moment, I just wanted to say something upon this temple acquisition. See, I'll just tell you through my professional experience. I am handling as of now a case, just as an example, that how draconian this temple acquisition is. And I agree with Mr. Ratan Sharda that temple acquisition is it's actually not a solution to a problem. Kindly understand this issue. See, there's a temple in Karnataka where Lord Hanuman was born, and it's known as Hanuman Janmabhoomi. So the priest of that temple, he's from Ramanandi Sampradaya. He worshipped that temple as a hereditary trustee from time immemorial. After he made that temple Jagrit through his puja and archana, the government had an eye over that temple, because around 1 CR of amount is coming as an offering per month. So immediately the government took over the temple. I am fighting that case in the Karnataka High Court in Dharwad bench. From past 5 years, there is no hearing in the matter. The priest is running from pillar to post to get back his temple. I can't describe you in words that what's a relationship between a Shibayat with a deity. Because under Hindu law, a deity is treated as a perpetual minor. A Shibayat deals with him, it's like a relationship of a mother and a child. So temple acquisition, the government is looking from the eyes of profiteering, from the eyes of taking money. I give a solution, and I have a very interesting thing for you all. There is a act called Dargah Khwaja Sahib Bylaws 1958. You will not find, that's why I am saying next book will come, 9th class citizen, 10th class citizen. Dargah Khwaja Sahib Bylaws 1958. In this act, there is section 18. So all the offerings by a Musalman in this dargah, he will choose as to how you have to spend that offering. There is no such provision for a Hindu or for any other class of citizen in this country. So if you take away the temple from its offerings, there will be no acquisition. This entire fight of acquisition is going on because of the offerings. If government is so much interested in tackling the temple, in maintaining the temple, let's give a government a solution that whatever offerings are coming, first of all, the offerings which are coming, they are not fair. They are not, you can say, very transparent about the offerings. And all the offerings are siphoned off. So first of all, you have to be very, very
also let people know they are all text. The only income of temple is text, not of church nor of mosque.
Yes. So whatever offerings are coming, you have to first of all say that these offerings will be given to a common fund and let government control the temple. There will be no control. The control of the government is because of the offerings. Point number one. Now coming to the Waqf Act. See, in his book, in the book, very esteemed Mr. Anand Ranganathan has highlighted various provisions of Waqf Act. But I will also tell you certain various provisions of Waqf Act which are very, very draconian and which makes us feel that we are not second class citizens, we are 8th, 10th, 15th class citizens. Section 4, 5 and 6 of the Waqf Act. There is a survey of Waqf properties which happens in every 10 years. Do you know that the money of that survey is borne by the state government through taxpayers' money under Section 8? Now I ask a question to myself, that is there any provision where the properties of Hindu temples or of Hindu religion is monitored by the state government and the money of that survey is borne by the expenditure of state government? There is no such provision to my knowledge. And I asked this on national televisions to various legal luminaries, no answer has come. The second most draconian provision under the Waqf Act is Section 40 subclause 1 and Section 40 subclause 3, where the Waqf board can declare any property as Waqf property. And the person whose property is declared as Waqf property, he will not be even informed that his property has been declared as Waqf property. And if the property is of a trust or a society, the society or the trust will not get the communication that their property has been acquired as the Waqf property. The registrar of the trust or the society will get the communication. And we know what happens in the office of registrar and the registrars of the societies. All these communications are just thrown away. And after 1 year, that order will become final if you don't challenge it in the Waqf tribunal. So ultimately, because of this mechanism, the Waqf is the third largest owner of land in the country after defense and railway, and these are the statistics of 2008 by Andhra Pradesh High Court. We are 15 years down the line. If anyone again checks up, I think it will be the first or the second.
So this is section 40 for you. Then for us, if someone encroaches upon our property, what is the law? If you will ask any lawyer, he'll say, go and fight a case in the civil suit, in the civil court by way of a civil suit. For Waqf, the provision is under section 53 and 54. They can issue a direction to the district magistrate and the SSP to remove the encroachment and submit a report under section 53 and 54. No such provision is there. Forget about Hindus, for any other class of citizens in this country. Then apart from that, there is Waqf tribunal under section 83 and 85, where the members of Muslim community will be heading the tribunal, will be a part of the tribunal. So ultimately you are asking me to go before a Sharia court. So you are the judge, jury and the prosecutor. Then apart from that, I want to ask this question to everyone with lot of sense of responsibility, that I have not come across any law till date through my legal learning that any pujari, priest, Shankarachar, Mahant, Pithadishwar has been declared as public servant in this country. None I have come across. But under the Waqf Act 1995, under section 101, the members of the Waqf board and their mutwallis and in the Waqf deed, everyone is declared as public servant. So it means that even if you touch them, it's an offense under the IPC under section 27. Then apart from that, it's not the end of the story. Two more sections I want to point out. Then
Baskar Pagle rulayega kya?
Then under Waqf Act 1995, section 107 is there. Meenakshi ji is here. In Ram Mandir's case, the very age-old concept that Hindu deity is a perpetual minor and it can come to court at any point of time is diluted by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has held that if deity wants to come to the court and if there is no shibayat, then only they can come and Limitation Act will not apply to them. But under the Waqf Act 1995, the Waqf is exempted from limitation, meaning thereby you can come to court at any point of time, you can declare any property at Waqf property at any point of time. And the recent example is the temple in Tamil Nadu. The recent example is Taj Mahal. We used to say Taj Mahal is Tejo Mahal. We used to be treated so badly by the left wing historians as well as left wing whatever you can say. But Taj Mahal has been declared as Waqf property in 2005 by Sunni Central Waqf Board. The Archaeological Survey of India is in appeal in the Supreme Court. And there are so many declarations as Waqf by the Waqf Board. So and Limitation Act does not apply to them. So the point is, for Hindus, you have to come to court within a particular period of time, 3 years or 12 years. After that, your remedy is barred. But for them, remedy is not barred. You can come to court at any point of time. Waqf Board is given the status of a parallel government. If you want to file a case against the government under CPC, under section 80, everyone will be knowing here, you have to give the notice of 2 months. Under the Waqf Act 1995, if you want to file a case against the Waqf Board, you have to give them 2 months prior notice, just like parallel government. And the last and not the least, section 108 of the Waqf Act. Now, I'll tell you this story. When India was partitioned, the people who left, the Muslims who left India and they migrated to Pakistan, all those properties came within the purview of Administration of Evacuee Properties Act 1950. And the central government became the custodian of those properties. That all those properties where Hindus were tenants in all the properties of the central government, they were believing that they will be given ownership of those properties. Rajiv Gandhi government in 1984, by amending the Waqf Act 1954 and by introducing section 66H, H for Himachal Pradesh, gave all those properties to Waqf Board. And today, the Hindus are, earlier they used to pay rent of 100 rupees or 300 rupees, so it didn't matter to them. Now the rent is 1 lakh, 2 lakhs. Punjab, Haryana and various other states of this country are burning because of this issue. And same provision you will find place mentions in section 108 of the Waqf Act. Now, if you compare this, so Waqf, Waqf is there. Now, if you compare this Waqf with places of worship act, you have blocked an entire civilization from approaching the court. On the one hand, kindly see the dichotomy. On the one hand, you give the power to the Waqf Board to declare any property as Waqf property. If someone is aggrieved, go to Waqf Tribunal, High Court, Supreme Court. On the other hand, if I want to say that Kashi temple is a temple of a Hindu religious identity, They say, no, you can't contest the case in the courts of law. From past 33 years, me and my father are contesting this case on a very trivial point that please allow us to lead evidence. It's now because of the awakening of this civilization that we are getting this opportunity. But from past 30 years, the case didn't move forward. It was pending in Allahabad High Court from 1997 till date. Yeah. It's another matter we researched, then we filed a separate suit and we got success in that suit through a very narrow legal interpretation that religious character needs to be determined in the suit. But the point is that you are blocking a civilization from filing a case in the court, and on the other hand, you have all the powers to declare anything. I think this is very, very draconian, and someday we all have to collectively stand against these two legal statutes.
I just want to make one small... with the permission of Alo, I just want to add one small little thing, that Vishnu Jain said that the wealth of the temples is the main motivating factor that the government has intervened. I just want to draw your attention to the fact that in the medieval period, when temples were demolished, there are so many cases where the Hindus would go to that site, that demolished site, and make offerings. And the Mutawalli said, we will allow you to make offerings so long as you give us all the offerings and you don't take the share of the offerings. So this was something that we have to take in mind. We cannot just say that the government has been tempted because the wealth of temples, when there was not much wealth, what was the Mutawallis were still appropriating.
Would you like to come in on all the new things that you have learnt?
अब बचा ही क्या है विष्णु जी ने तो सारा खत्म कर दिया रुला के. No, but when I was talking and I learnt everything about the Waqf Act from the master, the Imam himself, but pun not intended.
Don't call him Imam.
Pandit
boliye, Acharya boliye.
And I was talking about this in the Times Now studio, and I said jocularly, पता लगाओ कहीं ये studio वक्फ land पे नहीं है, वो वक्फ land पे निकला studio. Rahul Shiv Shankar, poor guy. He said this is on 77% of Delhi is on Waqf land. Delhi High Court is on Waqf land. Matlab ye, as you say, and as I write, it's a parallel government. You can't do anything about it. And one person, I see a lot of serious faces, a lot of faces out here who've just like me, despondent. One very stoic face, and it's of my elder brother sitting on the first row is Gautam. Because Gautam loves P.V. Narasimha Rao. He's written a book. Now don't smile, Gautam. From the resolve of P.V. Narasimha Rao, And this has absolutely nothing to do with Gautam's book, which is a fantastic book. Everyone should read it. But for all those, especially from the right, who think Narasimha Rao was the Hindu Hriday Samrat before BJP came in and all, two of the most draconian acts that have hit 1 billion Hindus like a sledgehammer were brought in by P.V. Narasimha Rao. And no one after him has been able to remove them. One is the Waqf Act and the other is the Places of Worship Act. So when Mani Shankar Iyer, being wrong all the time, not just some of the time, when he says that P.V. Narasimha Rao was the first BJP Prime Minister, was he being ironical? Was he being ironically wrong? Because obviously he was anti-Hindu, but when he says the first BJP Prime Minister was anti-Hindu, was he being right ironically? I don't know about that. But I think one comment I'd like to make, Vishnuji, when you talked about Hindu temples and if the right of deciding where my donation is to be spent is to be, the control goes back to the people who are donating, then things would be right. You're partially correct there, but can I also just say that most of the control of the government of the Hindu temples is through the Hindu temple land. And, when you said, Meenakshi said I was one of the first ones to talk about it, certainly not. I'm a student. And the teachers were T.R. Ramesh and J. Sai Deepak and, through his Indic collective and all. And T.R. Ramesh has done some exemplary work, so much so that he will be arrested very soon. That's the hallmark, that's the badge of honor. In fact, let me congratulate the 14 journalists who have been banned by India alliance, because that just shows they love India. You know, they are ruthlessly honest and they love India. So that's the way it goes. So, you know, if you read T.R. Ramesh, I have quoted him liberally here. So lakhs of acres of temple land is under the control of the government that is setting rent on it. And the rent is collected is not even 1% of what, if it was in private hands, that rent would have been collected. So from 60,000 crores is not even collecting 60 crores. Correct. So, you know, so the corruption is mostly there. The donation, yes, is an issue, but it's not that much of an issue as, because once you control the property, you control it for perpetuity. So that is one issue. Very briefly, I wanted to say, make a larger comment, you know. When Meenakshi ji has written, I'll be very brief. You know, when Meenakshi ji talked about Mathura, and you read her book about Mathura, about Ram and Ayodhya, and then you read the history that, you know, Jai Sai has talked about, Vishnu ji, his father has been fighting for true Indology, who, if he's not still hanging from a nearest lamppost, is still available, his inspiration. Then you realize about this what if dogma of history. What if things had been different, you know? What if the Hindu kings had acted a little bit differently, or something different had happened 500, 600 years ago? We wouldn't be in this situation. So, to give you a background of Mathura, Aurangzeb broke the temple, the Krishna Janamsthan. He took the idols from there. He broke those idols, and he put those idols on the steps of the Begum Masjid so that worshippers going in would trod on them. This was the abject humiliation. And this happened, it wasn't just Aurangzeb who did it. Almost every you know, invader or Muslim emperor worth his or her salt did it. But the tragedy is, for some point of time, Mathura was under the control of the Marathas. You know, had they wrenched it back, we possibly wouldn't be fighting for it. That is the what if that I ask. Why didn't the Marathas reclaim Krishna Janambhoomi?
No, they did. The point is that when they won the Battle of Govardhan in 1770, then this whole area came under Maratha control, and they declared Katra Keshav Dev as Nazur land, government land. And the Mutawallis of the Eidgah actually left that place because they said, now we have to earn our living somewhere else. The point, what happened was that in 1803, the East India Company won the battle against the Marathas. So this came under East India Company control. But just to clarify, I want to say that the British, at the risk of sounding politically incorrect, I found the British very sympathetic to Indian causes, particularly on temples. Their policy was very different from the Mughal policy. You know, they, I think about 15 or 20 cases on Krishna Janambhoomi were heard in the Mathura district court by British judges, and each and every judge gave such a wonderful judgment, examining the issue at length and telling the Eidgah party, you have no case, please go.
You know, I'm wrecked by one thought which I have put in a very minuscule way because it's a small book. I've often wondered about this very macabre thought, which is better from the other side, to destroy a temple or to control a temple. Because once you destroy the temple is gone. You will not affect the future generations. But the Brits didn't destroy the temples. No. They controlled it. Which is worse? A destroyed temple or a controlled temple? That is the question. It's a very troubling question. And I don't know. I mean, I don't feel the Brits were much better off than the people who destroyed the temples in that sense.
I think they were much better off. But I just want to make one final comment on what Vishnu Jain said. And that is that we should remember the mills of the gods grind slowly, but they grind exceedingly fine. So my question to you is that ASI report will be submitted next month. 210% the ASI report will say that there was a temple beneath my question to you is, what will the court do now?
See, the point is that this entire exercise in Gyanvyapi and in Kashi, what we undertook for an ASI survey, this entire exercise is with a very, very important objective to prove our point through scientific study that this is not having any characteristics of a mosque. Beneath these three central domes, still there is Hindu Mandir Shikhar. The western wall is shouting and saying that it's a ruins of a Hindu temple. There is a Shivlingam which is in the Vazu tank, which they are not ready to investigate. We are saying it's a Shivlingam, they say it's a fountain. We got an order from the Allahabad High Court on 12th of May that this Shivlingam must be investigated. They went in appeal in the Supreme Court and got a stay of that order. It's a different matter that we are trying to make all the endeavors to get that stay order vacated and let that area be also investigated. But the point is, I am coming to a question that when the ASI will submit a report, and the legal answer is this, it's a report as an expert opinion under section 45 of Indian Evidence Act.
Yes.
And that report will be read in the trial. It will become part of the record of the court, just like Ram Mandir case.
Yes.
And after that, I am just telling you on this platform that once the ASI gives its report, and after digging, because let me tell you, this is a report without digging.
Yes.
So we want digging in that premises in question. Digging has to happen in this premises in question, as Mr. Ranganathan had just told, that when digging happened in Ram Mandir, so many things were found. So many things will be found when digging will happen in this place. But when digging happens, we get an order of digging in Gyanvyapi, and that's the final stage of ASI report. Once that report is submitted to the court, we will frame issues, we will lead evidence, and then the matter will be, ultimately judgment will be passed by the court.
At the risk of derailing. Okay.
Before you ask the question, I just clarify this. It's not just land. Hundreds of crores of rupees of Tirupati temple are used for state purposes, for madrasas, for churches. And if you want to see, when I started digging on this temple issue, Denino has a wonderful book, Mr. Denino, who has given all these details. Thirdly, one more point. Another law which can be easily scrapped is 93rd Amendment to Right to Education, which is basically totally anti-Hindu, totally anti-majority, as you put it. Yeah, please.
Okay.
I just wanted to say something that, we would be failing in our objective, this wonderful, amazing panel, if we didn't provide a solution. Oh, was it? Okay. Then
so just before that, Ratanji, one last time, and then the rounding up question. Do I need this? Yes. There are two legislations that we are also fighting against. One is that the legislation against the Hindus continuously get amended, but no other community is touched that way. And the other one is that we are the ones, we sort of also preserve at our detriment things that are pretty regressive in other religions that are somehow perpetuated by law. So could you give us your perspective on these two aspects that he discusses in the book? And then I'll ask my rounding off question. Anyway.
Yeah, there are two questions actually.
Yeah. So I'm combining both.
Yeah, so first question was?
First one is that our laws have got continuously amended.
I think Anand has touched it in a big way
in
his book.
He's done a very good job.
I think this urge to reform Hindu society is there since 1947, the day Constitution was made. When Hindu Code Bill was introduced, it was actually supposed to be Uniform Civil Code. But Nehru got cold feet. He said, मुसलमानों को हाथ नहीं लगाना, चिढ़ जाएंगे. Some such dialogue it made. So हिंदुओं को तो हम सुधार सकते हैं. तो हिंदुओं को सुधारने का टेका तब से गवर्नमेंट ने ले लिया, सेक्युलर पार्टीज ने ले लिया, उसके बाद कोर्ट्स ने ले लिया. हर कोर्ट की जजमेंट के हिंदुओं को सुधारती है. They only, I'm sorry, a lot of English speaking people. So all the laws are basically to reform Hindus because they are open to reforms. No other religion is open to reforms. So why touch them? This shows such a hypocrisy of secular state, where the modern state is supposed to keep equidistant or treat all the religions equal. That is the first flaw that is there in the so-called secular state of India. So unless these laws are touched, there is no solution. Whether BJP touches in this term or the next term, these laws have to go. Whether it's law of right to education, 93rd Amendment, whether it is, even there is a limitation of payment when it is done. Payment was not in time. Thousands of schools have shut, as he has already put in. So this is one point. Other is Waqf board, which should just simply be scrapped. Let there be a new law. because there is no solution. It is so complicated. Right from for 54 it has been amended to the disadvantage of the majority of the population, including the government. It keeps on, it is a serpentine kind of thing. It has to go and new law can be brought in. And third is temple control, where I said the government should say we will not control, we will create a SOP. This is how temples shall be run, and if they don't run that way, then government can do something. Issue
Just
is
to
that
interject,
you are
just informed me that they also declared Allahabad High Court as Waqf land.
Yeah. So, in fact, there is a judgment. If you remember, Allahabad High Court had a mosque, illegal mosque. It took 5 years for Allahabad High Court to get an order from Supreme Court to remove it, and then finally 3 more months to remove it. Actually, that is a state of affair here. So, just to show that we are always supporting minorities, or we are very careful about minorities. Everybody wants to pile on Hindus. So that awakening that we see today, the sense of injustice that people understand now, Hindus understand now, will also take away this continuous, attack on Hindus. I think this government realizes it. It has too much on its plate. I'm very sure these things also come up sooner or later as things change. Second question was?
While amending us, we actually perpetuate laws that are actually pretty against human rights. Like for instance, child marriages, 15 years. Yeah. Those somehow are sacrosanct and aren't touched. Whereas Vishnuji pointed out in another session there, it's actually penal, it's an offense.
Marriage of minor girl is a crime. Yes. But our high courts have passed judgments.
So if a Hindu did that, we'd be punished under the penal
act. So are we a Sharia
right?
court? My question is, are we a Sharia court where a high court decides because it is a Muslim personal law board, a girl can be married off even if she is minor?
So they have to accept polygamy, which is not contested, the hijab, which is not contested.
When they talk of fundamental rights, when they talk of fundamental structure of the constitution, how come High Court says that under Muslim personal law, I can allow a minor girl to be married off? That is a question that courts have to answer before government answers it. Because these are very open cases, we can clearly see that courts have got certain myopic view of the entire constitution or the human rights, or they're afraid to say one Shah Bano and everybody's gone silent after that. Only one Shah Bano.
So now I will have to, I'm doing this under pressure from Anand because he insisted that the audience should be given time to ask questions. Therefore, closing remarks,
let the audience ask.
No, I want to ask it because Anand also wants solutions from you.
Okay.
So, you've all read the book. So, do you think this is like a dirge, like a requiem to the Hindus? Are we a perpetually shrinking population, or do you think that we have hope? Do you think things are changing? Are we at an inflection point?
See, there are two issues. One is demographics, which is very difficult to fix. Ask any Hindu, do they have 2 children? Half of the hall will say they don't have. The new couples. So, whom are you blaming? But as far as Hindus are concerned, I am very sure it is not a requiem. Hindus will rise, they are already rising, they will fight for the civilization, and civilization will stay strong. As far as demographic goes, we do not know how many years it takes to surrender the democracy to the Sharia rules, but at least as of now I am very confident that we are going to stay united and do some great work together and see that the renaissance of Hindu society remains the bedrock of our democracy.
Meenakshi ji, your life work is validated?
No, I think that social media has played a very, very important role in empowering Hindus who had no voice till now. Every Hindu felt discriminated against, but every Hindu was not a scholar or a historian or a public speaker, and they just kept their views to themselves. But suddenly they have found a voice in social media, and they are venting their angst in social media. They are becoming very aware, very enlightened, and things like Anand's book are giving them a voice, and I hope that there will be some way out, because Hindus are very patient people. For 500 years they struggled to get one temple back, whereas when the Arab armies invaded Spain, they converted every cathedral into a mosque. But when the Spaniards threw out the Arabs, they reconverted every masjid into a cathedral. We have taken 500 years to take back one temple. And as I told you that you will get 2 more back, which are very important, because of 2 Jains sitting over here. So I am hopeful.
So Vishnuji, you are a warrior. So obviously, I really have to wind up.
The way Hindus have awakened, the way RS is being badgered for not doing enough, shows that Hindus have actually awakened because they were awakened by RSS itself.
My father was RSS, and I believe you.
One request to Anand, because only he can put emotions to that, page number 103, your poem on the Nandi.
Can I just get Vishnuji's? I want a warrior to speak. Can I get your closing comments on whether we are fighting a losing battle or we are going to win?
See, not at all. When I've come here in the stall only, I have seen book of Mr. G.D. Bakshi, where he has said that how this civilization has fought. So we Sanatanis, no matter how much attacks happen to us, no matter how many Nalandas are destroyed and burnt, again we will rebuild. And this Pondi Lit Fest, the book stall we have here, the epitome of knowledge we have in this collection, it's a great example that even if you burn Nalandas, even if you burn everything, then also we'll again come up and again we will survive. So I don't think that we can ever be destroyed. Sanatan can never be destroyed. It was there before the existence of the world, and it will be there till the end of this world. So Sanatan can never be destroyed. And this entire fight of Gyan Vyapi, Mathura and all these things is to give a message that no matter you destroy my temple, even after 500 years, 600 years, we will again wake up and say that this place we used to worship, give it back to us.
Yeah, first of all, thank you to each one of you for excellent comments and commentary on it. But I want to say something which many might not find to their liking, but it's fine, we are in a family. 3 or 4 things. विकल्प क्या है, solution क्या है? एक हिंदू के लिए जो कि for a Hindu, if he sees injustice being done, not only towards him, his culture, his civilization, his ancestors, his solution is to vote in a government that promises it will work for the Hindu interests. I don't want him to, undertake things that the leftists do, indulge in anarchy, camp outside Supreme Court, break buildings, do that, right? Now, he votes in a government that promises it will work for Hindu interests. Now, Ratanji said quite correctly कि Hindu जाग गया है, there is no doubt about it. But my thing is, अगर जागा हुआ हिंदू कुछ कर नहीं पाए तो उससे बेहतर है कि वो सोता रहे. What is more frustrating? That you are ignorant and asleep, or that you are aware and you've woken up and you're impotent? That's the question we must ask. So now, it's not that I'm talking in 2015 and castigating the Modi government कि अरे 1 साल हो गया कुछ किया नहीं. We are in 2023. It's been 10 years. Let's go by each one of these 8 so-called things that determine, reasons that determine our citizenship, which is 8th class. And let us see. And I think this, Alo, just very briefly, I've often wondered over the past 1 month why it's been a month and this book, thanks in no small effort to Praveenji and Blue One Ink, has remained #1 bestseller. It's astonishing. I never expected it. It remains for a week, 10 days, but for a month, 35,000 copies sold. I think the reason is people saw this book not as something to beat the opposition or the erstwhile Congress governments with. I don't say, yes, it is an unwritten thing. These are the faults of the government. I took the name of Narasimha Rao. Congress has done this. But I think it resonated because people genuinely feel, Hindus feel that for 10 years we've had a Hindu government. If you are not able to change the evils that were perpetrated by the previous governments, who will? Will the India Alliance do all these things? Should we vote them in? That's the question. That is why there is resonance and people are awakened, but I don't want them to feel impotent. You look at the 8 very briefly. State control of Hindu temples. BJP is controlling more Hindu temples than Congress was. injustice towards Kashmiri Hindus. It's been 33 years. 16 of those years have been under BJP government. They still remain refugees in their own land. The Waqf Act, Ratanji says, should be abrogated. 9 years was not enough. The RT Act, Ratanji says quite correctly, 93rd Amendment is the most draconian one, indiscriminatory one. Who supported to bring that in? It was BJP. Who has had 9 years to abrogate it? BJP hasn't done it. You look at legislations that appease non-Hindus but target Hindus. If Congress could abrogate the Supreme Court judgment, overturn the Supreme Court judgment on Shah Banu, why couldn't the Hindu Rashtra fascist Hindutva government overturn the Sabrimala judgment? Did it not have a stick to beat the Congress with? It hasn't. You look at judiciary that almost exclusively tries to reform Hinduism. This is not the government's fault, but then again, the point is, here we have a minister who's in charge of Hindu endowments, okay, attending a conference that says eradicate Sanatan Dharma in Hinduism. And nothing has been done about that minister. Just today, 4 hours ago, the Supreme Court, through the Chief Justice, has rejected a petition to urgently look into the matter of what Sanatan Dharma must be eradicated, Stalin has said. The same Supreme Court wakes up suddenly at 2 o'clock in the morning to give bail and to hear petitions for terrorists. So that's another thing. Celebrating those who killed and converted millions of Hindus. Now here is the most painful, when you have ministers saying that we are proud to not having even removed one comma or a full stop in those defunct, hurtful to the eye and to the mind textbooks that give us wrong history. Ministers are proud. Where you have a prime minister chadawing chadar on the mazar of a man who wanted to convert and kill Hindus. Here you have a prime minister who is venerating a saint who was almost the architect or harbinger of the Goan Inquisition. Ignorance starts like charity from home. What has this government done? And finally, Places of Worship Act, the most cruel and most painful act. It's not that you had 1 year to act on it. You had 10 years. Why are you waiting for the Supreme Court to have a look at this act? Abrogate it. So that is why, Alo, it has found resonance, that people are feeling, even though a lot of them love and are sympathetic towards the BJP, they love Prime Minister Modi, they're probably going to vote them again, including that Raskala Abhijit Iyer Mitra who's sitting at the back. But they're asking questions, that this book is not castigating the Congress. Right from the first paragraph, it is saying if the Congress could do this, why can't the BJP? What is stopping that? That is why the resonance is there. Thank you.
Audience questions. Audience questions.
I haven't blamed the RSS at all.
Keep the questions short.
30 seconds.
Do not opine, just ask the question directly.
Right. My name is Sanjam Sachdeva. I work as a user.
Keep the mic close to you.
Hi, Namaskaram. My name is Sanjam Sachdeva. I work as a user experience designer with the ministry. My question is that we have so much of land to the Muslim population and we still call them as minority in this country. So why do we call the power as only the population index, not that the power of properties or the assets, and multiply with the number of people living in the country and then call them a minority and withdraw their rights on the country? Why are we having rules and regulations which are not supportive of the country?
So we'll ask a minority.
Other than to say that we are doing this because we are in the Islamic Republic of India. But
see, your question is absolutely right, and the entire fallacy of this entire minoritism has happened because of the judgment passed by the Supreme Court in TMA Pai. Now, this is the first time in Indian legal history that a 11-judge bench gives a judgment and no one understands it. I'm seriously telling you. Then again a 6-judge bench judgment sat, PA Namdar. And the first line of PA Namdar is that before the ink on the opinion of TMA Pai were yet to dry, this courts were flooded with so many litigations to understand the ratio of TMA Pai. So ultimately the point is this, that in TMA Pai judgment, the Supreme Court has said who will be minority? Whoever is less than 50% in a state will be minority. Whether minority will be decided nation-wise or state-wise, they say that minorities will be decided state-wise. So the point is this, the entire fallacy...
Just a moment, but why minorities by state-wise not yet being accepted?
That's another thing.
No,
But
despite
the
judgment, I didn't know there was judgment like this.
Yeah, there is a
Despite this, government goes to the courts saying we have not decided.
So the point is this, that that's a separate aspect, that Hindus are minority in 8 states. That's a separate aspect. But I am saying the question is that I am completely against this concept of minority. The entire seeds of this minoritism has been sowed in our constitution by virtue of Article 30 subclause 1. And recently I came with an example of an educational institution. The name of the educational institution is MTV Buddhist. And they want students in UP to be enrolled as Buddhist. Many students converted to get education. So there are many more institutions like this in Islamic institutions also. But the point is, your question is absolutely right, that there should be no concept of minoritism, and this is what Bal Patil judgment of Supreme Court said, that minoritism will lead to multinationalism.
So very thankful. So we might not be controlling temples, but temple bells at least we can control. So I think requesting Alo to give 10-15 minutes more to. Oh, it has? Okay, wonderful. No, but you know, just to, can I just add very quickly to that before Abhijit asks the question? You know, again, I come back to this, that what is better is a very wrong word, but what is better, a destroyed temple for Hindus or a controlled temple for Hindus? And I say that again because when you talked about minorities, I suddenly remembered, and I asked this question, what is better, Congress or the BJP? Congress would destroy, BJP would control and not act. And what Congress meant to destroy on this minority was through the communal violence bill. I don't know how many of you know of that, and it's in this book. It is astonishing. In any riot, the Congress almost passed that bill, that the guilty would be the majority. Even in Kashmir, if there was a riot where Hindus are 2%, Muslims are 98%, but because Muslims are minority in India, Hindus would be held guilty in a riot like that. And you talk to, I've quoted Harsh Mandar there, who was the architect of this, I don't know what to call it, macabre, this thing. He said, well, because Muslims have faced so much discrimination, we felt the time was ripe to bring in such an act. Even for sexual assaults, the majority would have been held guilty. This is what Congress can bring to the table. So, no doubt about it, BJP would never do that. So, maybe inaction is better than destruction, I don't know.
Any other questions?
Hi, Anand. So,
Whom are you addressing it to?
Anand.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I think one topic that probably needs to be covered a lot in this subject is Hindus being able to run their own educational institutions. Because firstly, that's a very
Your question, please, your question.
The question is with regards to the larger narrative that you're driving through this book. How important do you think that is? Because a Hindu, an example here, a Manipuri Hindu, a Kashmiri Hindu, a Tamil Hindu, do not come together in any institutional framework as a community and engage in social action. So I think an educational institution is a very important part. So where do you think that fits?
If other panelists would like to take it, but I certainly very quickly answer you in 2 points. One, I've talked about the RT Act, which is blatantly discriminatory towards Hindus running institutions, as you call them, because only they are given the onus of, you know, talking about 25% reservations for the economically weaker section because of the 93rd Amendment. So Hindu-run schools are being shut down. And number two, when I talked about the government controlling the rent that it must beget from the temples, and when you expect a rent of 6,000 crores and you collect only 60 crores, those 5,940 odd crores could go into making hundreds, if not thousands, of Ved Pashalas and Hindu schools that you talk of. So it is, the candle is burning from both sides, constitutionally as well as, through legal means.
No, I would also like to add to this question. See, the biggest discrimination, I would not like to take much of time, but I'll elaborate through an example. Is it possible that I do my religious studies, my Shastrik studies, my Dharmic studies from nursery and I become a lawyer? Is it possible for me? According to me, it's not possible. But a Muslim, he can write from nursery up till professional education. He can read his Islam, he can read his Hadith, he can read his Quran. A Christian can have all the facilities of reading Old Testament and New Testament, and they can become lawyer, doctor, engineers, and despite being funded by the state government and the central government. But that facility is not available to us. That's why there are no Gurukuls.
Partly wrong there, because from nursery I studied Quran and I am a scientist, so that's not it.
But there was, I think there was a judgment about it, that a Shastri cannot be considered a graduate, I think something like that. That is what, yeah.
Our degrees are not recognized by the government. Our degrees, our institutions are not affiliated by the government. So that's what the problem lies. This question is never
Yeah. So, can we, Abhijit, your question?
Yeah. Whoever wants to take it, one quick question, and depending on the answer, the next question. Do you believe in Prime Minister Modi's political genius? That his political sense is extraordinary. Do you believe that? Anand?
वैसे इतनी ट्रोलिंग होती और पिटवाओगे
एक क्वेश्चन एक शब्द में बोल yes okay
Yes,
shall I explain why or
no not needed
partner is there.
Not needed.
Your sparring partner is there. Azad.
Not needed. So I'll go to the second question. The question actually. So would you rather have the government, all this that we have been discussing have come to us over 1,000 years, maybe a little more, of invasions, colonial slavery, etc., etc., and then Nehru chose an extension of that. Would you rather the government in, say, 10, 15 years try to address every single massive problem, absolutely sincerely, take it head on and probably lose power? Or rather, be in power for 30, 40 years and, change it over the course of time, even if it looks weak and indecisive now?
Right, that's a huge question, wonderful question. My first answer was yes, and let me connect it with my second answer, which is that this essentially is a book written for and read by the middle class, upper middle class. Let's be very honest about it, okay? 90% of India doesn't care two hoots about who's controlling Hindu temples, what the hell is Waqf at, who the hell is going to Hindu school or RTE, and whether Prime Minister is chalawing chadar on Chishti or whatever. They don't, because they have to worry about the next meal. They have to earn 10 rupees, they have to earn dihadi. And when I said yes, that's why I said yes, because Modi realized it. Before these questions can be answered, the revolution will come not on an empty stomach. People will not think about these questions. If they don't have health insurance, if they don't have toilets, if they don't have gas cylinders, if they don't have all those amenities that Modi said in 2009, and people I keep repeating, his most iconic speech was, which most people missed, which is what usually happens in iconic speeches. But he said, I am going to create, if I come to power, a nano class. People overlooked that speech because people didn't know what the hell nano class is. There was a lower class or economically weaker section, that social strata, and there was the middle class or lower middle class. He said that nano class will be a class that will come up very quickly, and that will have all these amenities, tap water, electricity, water connection, health insurance. And after this class comes up, these questions, this book will be read by that class 15 years from now. That is his political genius. But can I also add a caveat? In striving for correctly putting amenities on the table first and foremost with, yes, you must, banks and, accounts. Let's not forget that these are also so terribly connected. I just gave you the one example. If Hindu temples had 60,000 crores to spend, they would spend it on tens of thousands of schools to which those economically deprived people could then go, which is what Muslims and Christians are doing. They are imparting their religious education to those people. So by the time, according to Modi thought, our generation or Hindus come to the stage where they start thinking about this, it might be too late. I don't know, Meenakshi ji will be able to...
Two things. One is, if you remember, Modi ji also talked about pehle toilet, fir mandir. And that is when this all revolution started. Finally, mandir also came up. Secondly, about the laws. See, we have to keep on reminding the government. It will take its own time, but we must not forget, we must not say government doesn't listen. So our job is to keep on reminding the government, keep on hammering the point home, so they realize ये भी करना है.
तारीख पे तारीख पे तारीख.
अरे 70 साल की तारीखों के बाद तारीख लगी है ना 2014 की.
So I think with this
I am. Though I criticize Modi ji and BJP on many points, including these points, I still believe it's better to have a BJP government than a Congress government which has a communal violence bill. Yeah.
That's the thing about no other option, and the other one is that there is no other alternative. Yeah, sure.
Can I suddenly be the part of the India alliance and ban him?
We'll make that our last question.
The problem is not whether one is ignorant or impotent. The problem is, Anand, that one is unnecessarily argumentative. And I'll tell you what happens because of this argumentative attitude. Before 2014, nobody in this room was thinking about 370 being abrogated. Before 2014, nobody in this room was thinking about Ram Mandir being built. Before 2014, nobody thought Kashi Vishwanath Dham would be built. Nobody thought Ujjain Mahakal Lok would be done. Nobody thought Somnath would be extended. Nobody thought that a large number of things, including the communal violence bill, would not be seeing the light of day. Nobody ever thought that Gyan Vapi would reach the courts, and a via medium has been found through the Place of Worship Act, through the courts, where they have said that determining the character of the place can be allowed. Nobody thought in their right mind, but problem is that when you talk about the other side, they are very clear. They do not get into, oh, all this has been done, but this hasn't been done, and therefore I will go and pledge my support to somebody else. And you've seen the consequences of that in West Bengal and in Karnataka. The same arguments, Anand, you and I on many debates, you made all those arguments. Today you have a government in Karnataka that repealed the conversion law, anti-conversion law. You have a government that says that we will bat for cow slaughter, and you now have a government that would potentially bring back religious-based reservations which the BJP kicked out. Yes, the BJP is not a social organization, it is not an NGO, it is not the Congress party, it is a political organization. And therefore it has to keep in mind the political context of things and international context of things. But the problem is that even after doing all of these things that were not imaginable prior to 2014, we have the argumentative Anand who then does not allow the Hindu to unite, and that's the problem. It's not about ignorant or impotent, it's about united Hindu. You divide sometimes on caste, sometimes on argumentation, and this is the reason they unite, they mobilize, you don't.
Shahzad, touched a chord. I am one of the people who actually was fighting for the Ram temple, right? I don't know how many people here are actually involved in Ram agitation. Yes, yes. So, I don't know how many people actually were involved in Ram temple agitation. I was. And honestly, we didn't believe that we'll see the temple in a lifetime. Still, we went on fighting. So, there is a change. We must appreciate that.
I'm going to conclude this now. This has to come to an end. But having said that...
Not before I have my 10 seconds.
I'm your foot soldier, Anand. Take me for it. If this book hasn't united Indians, if this book hasn't given us all a common sense of argument and a common sense of understanding what we are up against, I think no other book will unite us. And I do not think this is divisive. I think knowledge is power. Knowledge is power, and this book empowers us all. We should all read it. Yeah, 10 minutes.
No, I just wanted to say that 12 न्यूज़ चैनल्स के पैनलिस्ट शहजाद को ढूंढ रहे हैं. शहजाद को हराना मुश्किल ही नहीं, नामुमकिन है.
Okay.
We
conclude this session now. Now Vikram has to take the stage.
I want Anand to read this poem because it's very touching.
Really,
that will be right way to close this session.
Okay, fine.
Just 10 lines.
These words actually came to me when, in fact, on the night that Vishnuji declared to ANI that Shivling has been found. And before that, and even after that, the other party said, nothing doing, this is a place for wuzu, this is a fountain. And I just thought, why is it? Even if you believe that it is a fountain, it is not a Shivling. Why do you have to continue that tradition of Aurangzeb and Khilji to humiliate the other side? That is what it was. Can you not look at Nandi who's waiting patiently? So these were the lines that came on that day. So Vishnuji is the inspiration for that. His legs buckled, his eyes wet, carved in stone, but heart beset. He sat outside with perked up ears, waiting patiently for 400 years. He saw the monster and his hordes charge his lord with rusted swords. He saw them wash, he saw them spit in those waters of the pit. He heard their cries, he heard their call. He lived through it, he saw it all. But not a whisper, not a groan. Life he knew was but on loan. And then, after centuries of pain, when his moment of joy came, he saw them claim that it was just a fountain.
Please be seated. We have another special session. Please take your seat.
We will have a special intervention by historian Dr. Vikram Sampath. So please remain seated. Before that, the Pondiv Lit Fest is happy to announce that we have high quality book stalls at the venue of various publishers. Books by Blue One Ink, Subbu Publications, Sri Aurobindo Ashram and Indic Academy are specially featured. The festival also features independent stalls by Garuda Prakashan, Vitasta Publishing, Anadi Foundation, Culture Designs and Story Mirror Infotech. The Pondiv Lit Fest would like to thank our platinum partners Blue One Ink and Motwani Jadeja Foundation, our gold partner Zoho, our festival partner Vedere Institute, our beverage partner Johnny Walker, Refreshing Mixer Non-Alcoholic, our travel partner V-Trip, our media partner Swarajya, our digital partner The Commune, and our session partners Indic Academy and Smart. If you're sharing pictures of the event or commenting about the event on social media, do use the hashtag PLF2023. Now, historian Dr. Vikram Sampath will make his intervention. We would also like to invite historians Dr. Ankur Kakkar and Professor Srijit Datta, scholars of the Motwani Jadeja Foundation's RC Scholar Program, on the stage.
Very good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long evening and a lot of intense discussions, despondent themes as Anand and all the other panelists have churned our hearts. I assure you I won't take too much of your time, but I'd like to leave you all with some sense of hope and positivity. I think in conclaves where we all gather, the usual trope that we have, and I'm talking only from the perspective of my discipline of history, we keep on talking about what the leftists have done. There's almost an invisible voodoo doll of a Romila Thapar or an Irfan Habib on which everyone needs to keep putting pins, saying they did this, the leftists have distorted this and that and the rest. Now, you can, till the cows come home, keep on blaming someone else for what they did. But what is the counter answer? What is it that you can do? And as Anand also mentioned, when you have 9 years of power and you have an HRD minister and others who say we are very proud to have not changed a single line in a history textbook, and Shehzad, please don't kill me for that, that is the truth, and it still continues to remain unchanged history textbook. What do we as civil society do? Do we have a responsibility, or in every conclave we will just keep crying and whining that nothing has happened, and Romila Thapar did this in 1935 or whatever year she was active in? I think there needs to be a solution. And when you say, let's remove these books that these people wrote, what are you going to replace that with, particularly the university setup, particularly in academia for IAS exams? Even now it's Bipin Chandra and D.N. Jha and all these people who are being read. So where is the alternative scholarship? Is it just YouTubes and social media that we are going to use as our leverage to fight this civilizational battle, and particularly on a matter as important as history? And this was really, making me feel very, very strongly and very upset, particularly because at the institutional level of a government, nothing was happening. And that's when, got in touch by chance with Asha Jadeja Motwani of the Motwani Jadeja Foundation. And the only answer is scholarship, particularly in this area, and I can't emphasize that enough. And I saw that through my own experience. Through those 2 volumes on Savarkar, I saw that a lot of the arguments that the other side was putting could be intellectually countered once and for all. Of course, you'll have a Rahul Gandhi who'll be talking about, Maafi Namas and all that, and you can't change someone who's made up his mind not to wake up. But at least in the academic circles, which control the minds, you need to have scholarship. And so when Asha Jadeja got in touch with me saying she wants to support what she called the nationalist cause, I said the best way would be to give out fellowships and scholarships, a considerable amount of money as a stipend to about 7 scholars whom we selected from all over India. And this was last year, and the task was, at the end of the year, you need to come out with 1 print-worthy manuscript. And the book needs to be meticulous in its research. The money, a stipend that was given was perhaps also enough to also have a translator. You go to the primary sources in Sanskrit, in Arabic, in Persian, in Tamil, whichever language you want, and then use that to actually bring out a book, which will not again be in some dusty library bookshelf, but it should be a commercially viable, something you can pick off the airport book shelf and read, so that a common person can also read this in an accessible fashion. And that's how this RCS, the Rajiv Circle Scholars for History, in the name of Ashaji's late husband, Rajiv Motwani, came up. And that is how this fellowship came about last year. And 7 of them actually got it for a variety of topics. And 2 of them I'm happy to introduce, who are sitting right here. One is Dr. Ankur Kakkar and Professor Srijit Datta. And the fellowship just ended, about 2 months ago, and I'm very happy to, report that almost all the 7 manuscripts are now ready for publication, and we will actually have, thank you. We'll actually have the Penguins and the HarperCollins and everyone else, some of them also, back off midway after committing to the publication, which has also happened, those crisis moments too. But we're very committed to the cause that, just imagine the multiplier effect. 10 years, 10 books each year, 100 books. And then we can legitimately say, let's replace Romila Thapar and Bipin Chandra and Irfan Habib and all of that by something that is credible, something that is contemporary, something that is not some quack quackery that is done in the name of history, but something that is meticulously, genuinely researched by scholars such as all of this. So I just wanted the evening to end with a sense of hope. I think Anand unintendedly also left us all rather despondent that nothing is happening. Yes, the government, maybe this is not its priority right now. Maybe they're very strategic. They will think of it at the last. But till then, it's our duty not to keep sleeping. And as Gandhi said, be the change that you want to see. So that was the whole spirit of the Rajiv Circle Scholars for History, completely supported by Asha Jadeja Motwani and her group. So thank you so much. I just wanted to bring this to everyone's attention.
With this very good news, we end the day's session. We begin tomorrow at 9:30, and we hope to see you all with your friends and family and everyone. We request the speakers and delegates to please assemble downstairs so you can be taken to the dinner spot. Thank you.